and live. Trying to turn. I see you, dope ones. Trying to turn the Jets on like Mike Brown, baby. That was a tremendous video.
I didn't watch it.
Oh, it's very good.
Is it
Mike Brown running?
Oh, I've seen just a clip of it. Yeah,
it's very good. It is very good.
They were recording us in the media session with Mike Brown, so they'll have me missing layups.
Very good. And what you got?
Did you see he messed with me last night?
I didn't see it. You told me. Yeah. We'll cover that.
I thought it was funny, but
it was a good night, except for the outcome at G1C for sure. But we'll cover all of the goods and the bads.
Yeah, we'll see how many. Yeah. Yep. No, it's all right. I didn't have my earpieces in.
Welcome in, everyone, man. We appreciate you being here. Tough road ahead, tough weekend ahead for the Kings for sure.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, like I said, man, we'll talk about it. Boy, I met King Voss last night. I tell you, I ain't never gonna say a bad thing about King Voss. Yeah, that's a big dude.
Oh, is it?
King Voss is a big dude. King Voss looked like Braun Strowman. I was like, hey, I ain't never gonna say nothing bad about King Voss. King Voss got the run of the place. He's in charge of it. King Voss is now in charge of the Chatty House.
That's awesome.
Yeah, as a big boy. Yeah, King Voss is he's the 1320 muscle. You got an issue with D-Lo and KC, you got to go through King Voss.
That's funny.
Yeah, man. Appreciate you, Leezy. I'm not going to do that too many times. I just wanted to do it last night. It was a suit I hadn't worn before. Let me get this on here.
I should have gone up with you guys, and I didn't know where you guys were meeting up at what time.
We always just go by the NBC, the main entrance, the setup. We always just go by the setup. Oh, man. Conspicuous by their absence. The haters are not around today, Miss P. The haters are not around. Yeah, King Voss is both members of the APA. That's exactly what he is. He's Farouk and Bradshaw. I started running through my head. Have I ever talked shit to King Voss? Because does King Voss have any reason to hit me? I hope not. All right. Thank God he didn't.
That's funny.
Thank God he didn't. I got the game replaying in front of me, man. This was such a weird game.
I don't typically watch replays, and I should.
I have to. Yeah? I have to. You're locked in, like you're zoned in the entire game. Like we once we do the halftime stuff, we get it gets a little dicey. That's why I feel bad. I went over to say hi to Morgan. I was like, Morgan, you gotta go watch the game. You can't miss anything.
Yeah, I went over to the set and said hi to the two camera guys and to Perry, the audio guy. Mm-hmm. And Perry, have you ever met Perry?
Mm-mm. I don't think so.
He's an audio guy there. He's been an audio guy in Sacramento for like 30 years. He's awesome. Anyway, his in-laws live in the lake, and they're the ones that let us use their boat docks. So we have two extra boats on the lake. Yeah.
Get. What's good, baby? Welcome in here to the hell day is today? Thursday, October 20th edition of D-Lo and KC with 1320 Kings insider James Ham. I'm Damian Borling.
Acknowledge me!
He's James Ham.
Acknowledge me.
KC off to the Caribbean. James Ham here with us. James, we're thrilled to have you. I'll apologize to you on the air again. Sorry you're missing practice. I guarantee you the entire Kings media relations team is looking around like, someone call James. Is James okay? James has missed like one practice in 13 years. Can someone make sure James is okay? We planned this. I planned this because I was almost certain the Kings weren't going to have practice today. We could have James all to ourselves. Tomorrow, we got a packed show with guests. James could close things out after practice. I was wrong. And I was wrong about a lot of things, James. That's the theme of today's show. I was wrong about a few things. I'll start as we'll break down the Kings' loss to the Portland Trailblazers last night. And we'll start with giving credit to the Portland Trailblazers. I haven't seen them play defense like that since Terry Porter was in uniform. I'm pretty sure I walked past Terry Porter last night. I'm not positive he was at the Golden One Center, but I swear I walked past Terry Porter last night. They were moving on defense in a way I haven't seen them move in a very, 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 actually, both teams were moving on defense in a way I haven't seen them move in a very long time, but I didn't think Portland had that in them.
Yeah, I think the physicality is what caught the Kings off guard. I think the Kings have, like throughout the preseason, have been the more physical team in every single matchup. And then all of a sudden they get to the regular season and they weren't really like fully prepared for what they were going to see. And I think Mike Brown will show them a lot of things in film study. And then I think we'll see a different team on Saturday and Sunday. It's going to take a little while. This team is still growing together. They're still, mixing in the pot. But I think we'll see a different team this weekend.
There were, I said this as I got the game replaying in front of me here. This game felt like it was all over the place. Like, before we hit go live on the live stream, Kings were down like 5. Now they're up 1. Like it felt like once they closed that gap at the end of the first half, and they went on that. I think it ended at a 14-1 run, 15-1 run,
16-1.
16-1 run.
Yeah.
It felt like there was a lot of like ups and downs kind of after that. I think the Kings got up by as many as 10 or 11, and that got wiped away, and then it went back and forth to the final quarter. But there were one prevailing, sentiment was you can see the vision. Like everything that we talked about this offseason, you saw it last night. You just saw it in spurts. You didn't see it for 48 minutes. And this team, as much improved as we might think that they are, they're not good enough to only play in spurts. They've got to be able to put together 48 minutes of basketball.
Yeah, I think Mike Brown talked about it in postgame. He thought there was about 16 minutes where they played the game the way that they want to play it. And it's tough to win when you do that. And I'll even say, like, I thought they were going to win the whole time. Like, once we got into like the third and fourth quarters, they were just a better team, and you thought they were going to win. And then it got down to like the last 2 minutes, and a couple more mistakes happened. And then like they hit Portland hit a big shot, and it was like, oh, like even like when Terrence Davis had the dunk, the putback, which was spectacular. We talked to him in the locker room afterwards. He was very upset with himself for getting the technical, very, very upset with himself. But that moment, I thought, okay, that's what's going to put them over the top. I was actually surprised and had to do a rewrite on my intro when all of a sudden they started to fade.
Yeah, I understand Terrence Davis in that moment. By the way, anyone who wants to get on the Terrence Davis train with D'Lo and KC, there's plenty of room. Y'all can ride with us.
Yeah,
because Terrence Davis was, I loved everything about his game last night, and man, that was a tough technical.
He said he didn't say a word, but he was demonstrative, and like
the arena exploded. It was a big, like, if you're an official, and we're not going to do it's the ref's fault thing, though. Though it is a 4-hour show. We've got time today.
We could get there at some point.
That's a really tough call to make in the season opener on your home floor in that moment where that crowd was as loud as it's been in 16 years, and you called a technical because you thought he was demonstrative. That's tough. Like,
it's tough. I thought Mike Brown, like, he used his challenge early, and like, you can't use a challenge for that, but he used his challenge early. I thought there were probably like 7 other times where he could have used a challenge.
That Fox blocked shot.
Oh yeah.
Oh man.
See, but that might have gone either way because he did touch hand beforehand. Like, a hand's part of the ball, but did he get wrist on the way up? Like, so those are the touch ones.
That was just, I thought that was. That looked like a clean block to me. Yeah. But that's not your point. Your point is there's probably a couple of times he could. And then there's the whole strategy of what you almost can't use the challenge in the first half.
you almost can't use a challenge till the final like 2 minutes.
Right.
I really wish they would redo that and maybe give them one challenge a half. And then
Mhm.
if you miss one challenge, you don't get a third challenge. But if you get if you use your challenge for half, you get another one.
Mhm.
That's what I think they should do. Sort of like what they do in the NFL.
Yeah.
Although we don't even see the NFL do it anymore because very seldom do we see a challenge flag.
Well, so many plays are automatically reviewed.
Yeah,
Like
yeah.
turnovers are automatically
Yeah.
reviewed. Scoring plays are automatically reviewed. Those are normally the ones that are always touched on the most. Now you do spot of the ball, which is almost like that's like a Hail Mary if you're throwing the challenge flag on spot of the ball. Like those
Yeah.
are tough to overturn. What was the most concerning thing you saw last night?
I think the most concerning thing I saw was that when the Blazers got physical with Sabonis, everyone stood around and watched him get beat on.
That felt like the opening tip.
Yeah.
I don't feel like Sabonis ever really got. I mean, he had some great. I mean, he had some moments too. He had one of those strange, barely got to the rim dunks, but was able to get it up with authority. He had a couple of drives to the basket. There was one. Nurkic had the ugliest penetration. Went up, flung the ball in the air. It goes in. Sabonis gets it. He goes down the floor. Same thing, right back in. And then Yusuf Nurkic comes back and does it again.
Yeah, they were battling. Like the physicality in the post was crazy. And I'll even put out like Sabonis didn't have a rebound until the mid-second quarter. That was something that shocked me. The Kings were getting dominated on the glass early, and a lot of it was because Sabonis was just getting blocked out completely, and he couldn't get inside. I think the rebound advantage, when I looked at it, I think it was 18-12. And then when the Kings made their run there in the second quarter and took the lead and like got back in the game, they just one possession after another got rebounds. And that's how they climbed back in the game by getting on the glass. And it went from like a 6 rebound advantage to like 1 in like the span of like a minute and a half. And that's how, again, I think that's how this team has to play. But yeah, I think when the defense collapsed on Sabonis, you just saw, like, I remember this used to be an issue with Chris Webber. When Chris Webber got the ball, people expected him to pound the rock too much, and they would kind of fall asleep. That's not the case with Sabonis. Like, there were way too many times where guys stood around, and then he's got like 3 people flying at him at different angles. Somebody is open, but they weren't able to find him. And I think they'll make an adjustment there. Even Sabonis said, yeah, it was the physicality in those moments is something that clearly we need to work on.
And you think that's something that they weren't prepared for? Was like I don't know if it's the proper way to phrase it, but the physicality of the regular season. They might have gotten away with it during the preseason. They might have gotten away with going against certain lineups during the preseason, or everybody just trying to get through the preseason. And now you're against the Portland team who been adamant about is in the same tier as Sacramento, and they're going to arguably the interior is a weakness for the Sacramento Kings.
Okay, so like the way that they protect the rim is by collapsing the lane and not allowing people to get near the rim. So yeah, they don't have a natural shot blocker on the court outside of Rashawn Holmes when he does play. I thought, like, we'll get into that in a little while, but the minute distribution I thought was really interesting when it came to like who's playing what position and all that stuff. But like, to get back to the physicality thing, the Kings, Kevin Huerter was very clear. He's like, look, we have been extremely physical with each other all the way through camp. Like, we're very, very physical with each other. And so we should not have been surprised by the physicality. But there's a big difference when it's your teammate and you're being physical, because the last thing you want to do is come down hard on your teammate's wrist and break his wrist or break his thumb in training camp, to put him out of action, to hurt him some way. And so while, yes, there is physicality, the physicality is different. It's like 2 brothers, being physical with each other versus, getting in a fight at school with somebody else who's not your brother and who wants to beat you up. So like, those are totally different types of fights. And I think the Kings were ready, or they thought they were ready, but then just like when it happened, it gummed everything up. It slowed their offense down. It slowed their defense down. Everything was just a little different. And, give it to Portland. Portland had a really good game plan. I thought they they did attack the interior of the Kings defense. And I think part of the things we'll see Mike Brown really make adjustments on is how do we slow that? How do we keep them out of the lane? The Kings had some breakdowns early, which weren't good. And they're going to have to clean up a lot of stuff. But, I think adjustments aren't that difficult in this situation.
They went to a zone defensively too. I think it was in the first quarter. Portland switched to a zone, and you just saw the ball, like the ball for the Kings. That's where you started seeing a lot of bad threes. There are some interesting notes, I think, on the Kings' shot selection last night.
It's crazy.
Particularly early. We don't do math on this show, but we were standing there looking at the scoreboard, doing some math last night when it was I think it was 55, 50, 55, 51. The Kings were up, and we're adding some numbers together. The Kings had already hit 10 threes and 11 free throws. And I started doing the math. Oh, okay. They're aggressive. They've already been to they're getting to the foul line. They've hit 10 threes. That's 30. Man, they are really living behind that 3-point line right now. We'll talk more about that. There's a lot to talk about with this game, good and bad. We got a full lineup for you. Brenden Nunes will be with us. Olivia Christian will be with us. Matt George will be with us. We want to hear from you, 916-909-1320. We're just getting started. Stilo and KC. James sitting in for KC here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Oh, man. Hit the thumbs up while you're here. Also, not too late to become a premium subscriber over at the Kings Beat and be a part of Kings Beat Happy Hour.
I'm not at my house, Brad, because the studio isn't that far from my house. So I might as well just drive down the hill when I can. And I didn't go to Kings practice, so I wasn't on the move. But good question. Good question. And the Wi-Fi is better here.
Fingers crossed. I tried something out. Let's see what this looks like with us in here. Okay. Looks all right. Looks all right.
Why am I coming for your soul, Roddy? I don't know what you like. Yes, you're right. Sabonis does have those Kevin Willis arms.
I don't know. Ham froze the whole studio yesterday. It was a spectacular moment where James came in and froze the whole studio.
I've got those powers.
Zach, great meeting you also, man. We appreciate you. But it was great meeting Russell. I know you're in here, man. It was great meeting so many of you last night. All jokes aside, King Voss, it was great meeting you as well. Everyone who came through and said hi, man. Kenny and I and James and Jesse, we all really appreciate the support, man. Thank you. That's the best part about being at Kings games for me, is to be able to see you guys, because I just go home and watch the game on TV when it's over anyway. So yeah, not too good for our man HB, but that's all right.
You know what, though? He had a well-rounded game.
Oh, is this right? I did not see that. Okay.
They also said he might come off the bench.
I saw that. I don't
know what I just did, but
interesting. They're still really good. I will point that out. They're still really good.
I think they're like, when it comes to the Clippers, they play hard. They really do play hard for Ty Lue.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, and that's something that, like, the Kings need to be prepared for, because that is a very physical team. I mean, that's how they stayed in it last year after losing all their dudes. They're dangerous.
Yeah, I mean, I think Ty Lue is a tremendous coach, absolutely tremendous coach. Yeah, and those guys bust their ass. And Paul George is here. Paul George is very good. Yeah. Paul George is a very, very good ball player.
No, he is. And he's versatile. He can play like multiple positions. He defends, Yeah. I think the overall, I'm excited because, Keegan should be back.
That's really why they're bringing Kawhi off the bench. They're bringing Kawhi off the bench Saturdays because, hey, man, we got to deal with this rookie. This rookie's a phenom. Speaking of phenoms, I watched the condensed version of Orlando just so I could see Paolo. Yo, that kid is good, man.
Oh,
that
he's
kid
gonna have
is
every
really
opportunity.
good. He is.
Yeah.
He's really good.
I said that from the
special.
beginning that he's going to be the rookie of the year.
Oh, yeah.
Like, I mean,
Yeah.
Keegan has an outside
You
shot.
saw it, like, yeah.
Well, I saw him at the
the Final Four, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's special, man.
That and everyone said, oh, he can't defend. And then is it Baycock? The big rebounder who just dominated everybody. They got in foul trouble and he went in and just shut him down, like kept him off the glass. I'm like, oh, well, he's fine. He can handle himself. Yeah, he's gonna. I think it could be a runaway, and the only chance, I think, the only person who's got a shot is Keegan.
Jaden was about what I expected last night. He really was just looking to, he got some shots up.
I thought he was a little better than I expected. Like his
really?
shot is clean.
Yeah, I think he's a really good ball player too.
11 points and like he hardly play at all. How many minutes did he play? I got it.
Jaden?
Yeah.
32.
Shaden. No.
Oh, no, I said Jaden. Sorry,
Oh, I
Jaden
thought you
Ivey.
said
Oh,
Shaden.
Shaden was really good.
Yeah, 16
Yeah, Shaden
points.
Sharp. Sharp was really good.
12 points in 16 minutes.
Yeah.
I didn't see what Jaden Ivey did.
Jaden played 32, had 19.
Okay.
But he was good. Like he was.
Was it sloppy? Because I expected.
I don't think so.
Hmm.
I don't think so.
I need to go back and watch. Yeah, 11 of 18, 9 rebounds, 5 assists, 2 blocks for Paolo.
That's Paolo. Oh man,
Whew.
that kid is bad.
Yeah, and I'll like fully admit I was wrong with Franz Wagner. Like I didn't think he could stay at the small forward spot, and I thought that would hurt his value if he couldn't stay at the small forward spot. I still liked him. I still think he's versatile, but that was my concern with him. Oh, and Jalen Suggs. I need to look at this box score.
Live on the Odyssey app, live on twitch.tv/ESPN1320, youtube.com/ESPN1320. James Ham hanging out as KC is off in the Caribbean for the next couple of days. He'll be back with us on Monday to recap a very, very busy weekend of sports. We mentioned the phone lines are open for you. We can get to those now. 916-909-1320. First up, Jake. Jake, what's good, baby?
Hey, man, that game was rough. It was fun, exciting, but man, I'm not blaming the refs, but when a big call like that goes down in a situation like that, it just adds insult to injury. It adds salt to the wound or whatever, you know?
Are you talking about the technical on TD?
Yeah, the big TD. I mean, the million reasons the Kings lost that game, right? Fox, 8 turnovers out of 16. Sabonis didn't look like himself. Like, I mean, there's, you can name anything, right? But it just makes it that much worse when a ref decides, hey, I don't like how you're acting. Let me affect the rest of these 2 minutes of this game. It's like a roughing the passer call or that Chris Jones penalty, from week 1 or 2 against the Colts. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's a great comp, man. We appreciate you, Jake. Thanks, brother. 916-909-1320. That roughing the passer call. That's a good comp to this because it felt like a momentum swing. The Kings went up 2 with the dunk, and they immediately went down to 1, and they didn't have possession of the ball. And the arena went from 100, like right down to like, you've got to be kidding me. And in that final stretch, here's what stood out to me so much, Hammer, in that final, that final kind of back and forth stretch until the Blazers went up double digit or 2 possessions, excuse me. It felt like the Kings were busting their ass to get baskets. Like they were working really, really hard, and it was paying off. And then Dame 3. Yeah. And then Portland would just come down, easy basket. And that's what having Dame Lillard does, right? Like that's the advantage of having a high-end player like that, but an offense that was really comfortable with where they're at. it was like fight, work. Kings up 3. Game tied. Oh man. Okay. Work. Kings up 2. Kings down 1.
Yeah.
It just was so it was like two teams accomplishing the same thing, but one working a lot harder than the other to do it.
Yeah, and I think that's just familiarity, and having a superstar. I mean, that does help. Having a guy, and he didn't even have a good game. I mean, I thought they did a really good job on him throughout the game. But to have him, hit a dagger is pretty substantial. I also thought it was really interesting to see how Mike Brown coached in those final couple of minutes. Like, as opposed to a Davion Mitchell, he had Terrence Davis defending Dame, and he kept trying to mix and match. We didn't see a lot of KZ Okpala down the stretch. So yeah, he's still figuring out his rotations and stuff, and especially without Keegan. Once you get Keegan in the mix, what does that mean for some of these other players that may not see the court at all? Like the first half, Trey Lyles, I thought was absolute holy cow, what was going on? He airballed a 3 so bad, and then he hit the side of the rim on a corner 3. It was really ugly, and then he came up huge and hit a couple of 3s in the third quarter and third or early fourth. So he started to redeem himself. But a lot of those guys, like even Terrence, I don't know how many minutes they play when Keegan's back, because that's
all of them. Terrence plays all of them.
He plays all the minutes.
916-909-1320. Let's start with Leezy here. Leezy, what's happening, baby?
Yo, D-Lo and James Cam, how's it going today, guys? What's popping?
Sir, happy ass. You want Leezy?
Hey, I just want to talk about the game last night. I was in the building, as you know. Hey, it was a pretty great game last night. I just really feel like Kings bench kind of let them down. Kind of hard to win when you're backup point guard. It's 1 for 8 for Davion, but I'm hoping he goes better. We got Hornets Monk last night instead of Lakers Monk. I'm really hoping he can be an X factor going forward. And honestly, the guys just got to play better defense. You can't give up 56 points in the paint, but I'm not really surprised by the threes coming from Mike Brown, coming from that Warriors system. I know a lot of Kings fans are in doom and gloom right now and they're upset, but I think going forward, Kings season might go a little bit better and they still have those chances of the play-in,
Appreciate you, Leezy. Great seeing you last night. I really don't think it's too doom and gloom. I don't think fans are super down about this one, especially if you watch the game. You've got to feel good about what you saw. I think there's a little clinching, a little tightening up right now because you're looking ahead like, all right, you got the Clippers, you got the Warriors, you got Memphis coming up, you got a tough schedule coming up. All right, they're going to have to play better than they did last night. Not only are they going to have to play better than they did last night, they're going to have to play better than they did last night against teams that are better than the one that they played last night.
Yeah.
So you don't really know what that amounts to. 916-909-1320. Let's get Kenny in here. Kenny, what's happening? Kenny, what's good, baby?
Hey, I hear a lot of people talking about physicality. I think they need to go get Danny Fortson. That's who would make a difference here.
This is spectacular. So is this Kenny doing a Stanley impression?
Did I sound like Stanley?
You kind of did. That was well done. You stupid, man.
Danny Fortson.
Dude calls the request line for his own show.
Hey, after opening night, I couldn't just let the whole day go by and not say nothing. I couldn't. That was a tough way to lose last night. That was a tough loss. I thought they had it. I went back and watched the rest of that. Well, I watched the fourth quarter last night. And, I mean, they was up 1 with under a minute to go.
Yeah.
A couple mistakes here and there. But all in all, a lot of people were jumping out the window last night. Everybody just needs to take a deep breath. It's going to be a long season. I think this team is improved. Damian, we talked about it as we was watching the game. One thing they're going to do is they're going to keep shooting the 3.
Yeah.
That's just what it is. They're just going
Make
to
it
keep shooting
rain.
the 3, and if they're hitting, they're always going to have a chance. So I think they'll be fine. I do need people to acknowledge me real quick because that boy Shaden Sharp looked nice. He looked nice last night. Acknowledge me.
Acknowledge me.
Do you feel better? Is that really why you called? Was you wanted everyone to acknowledge your Shaden Sharp take? Is that what this is about? Where are you?
Hey, man. Hey, it's just like I said, go get Danny Fortson, put Bobby Huggins on that coaching staff, and I bet you they won't be checked by any physicality again.
You kind of sound like him. That's what makes it funny. And I love that Jesse wrote in the message thing that Kenny's on the line. Not like, hey, KC's on the phone. He wrote like it's some dude named Kenny on the phone. Like, all right, yeah, it's cool. I threw it to Kenny like he was a caller.
Y'all have a great show. And I don't know, 2-1 when I come back. Let's do it. I'm just talking crazy right now. I don't know.
Yeah, you're talking crazy. I'm sure the 49ers are going to beat the Chiefs too, huh, buddy? That's all right. We got you.
Oof.
I'm saying all my Hail Marys right now.
Kenny's off getting a tan in Jamaica, so we'll hold you down, buddy. Have a good trip.
Y'all take care, man.
All right. You couldn't have wrote that's KC on the phone. I'm like,
Kenny
I said it would like put him before Leezy. I figured that was enough.
Oh, okay. You know what? I missed that.
Yeah, yelling at the producer.
It says Kenny on the line. We can get Leezy after. I thought I'm used to you saying Kenny on the line after Leezy. Whatever, Jesse.
Whatever.
That's funny. It was a good impression of Stanley, though. That was. I hope Stanley heard that. I really, really hope Stanley heard that.
You know, he brought something up. The 3-point shooting. Crazy. Like the Kings go 17 to 44.
Yeah. And that's the percentage you called for yesterday, right? I made a note of that somewhere. 38.6%. That is damn near the exact number you called for yesterday.
If they can do that every night, they're going to be really good. Like, I don't expect for the Kings. I don't think there will be another game this season where Herter and Fox go 11 of 18. I just don't see it. Like, it's possible. And that was absolute brilliance from both of them, especially Herter taking the deep threes. But like, if they're going to shoot 40 plus threes a game, like, you got to hit that percentage. And I thought that made them really tough. Some of the issues, like the fact that you can't hit free throws and the fact that you can't get a stop when you have to get a stop. And again, Fox's 8 turnovers. There was going into the fourth quarter, I think they had 5 turnovers in the fourth, but going into the fourth, they only had 10 turnovers total, and 5 of them were Fox's. Ian's with 8.
Yeah.
That hurt them.
He was the team's best 3-point shooter for most of the night. Like, what world do we live in where that's the situation now, where De'Aaron Fox is just a sniper? I mean, and then Kevin Herter got hot. Like, Kevin Herter, we're 30 minutes into the show and haven't acknowledged what a incredible game he had last night, coming off of the ankle issues that he's been dealing with for the last week or so. But he was really, really impressive last night.
Yeah, it showed you if Herter can be that guy. Like, he's never shown that he really is that guy in his time in Atlanta. I mean, you can't average 12 points a game and be that guy. So for him to show the confidence and just the I don't give a damn and just like, I'm going to hoist, that was brilliant. He was a little hard on himself after the game. He said, yeah, I missed that one late that would have pulled us back within, I think it was 2. He was a little bummed out by that. But, overall, I just thought he was brilliant. He that is who they need him to be. And I would have liked to have seen more of him. He only played, 28 minutes? Is that what it is? Yeah, 29 minutes. He's still coming back from injury, but I think that there's going to be a time where, you can't keep him off the floor. Defensively, a little shaky at times, but offensively, I think he was brilliant.
916-909-1320. Jesse, can we go to Stanley first? Stanley, what's going on, baby?
Well, evidently it's not the Kings and their physicality.
Okay.
It's not them. I tried to tell you, man. I told you. I mean, I don't know what else to say. You need people that are physical. Other than Carlos Williamson, this team don't know what physical means. I mean, you'd have to go back to the days of Yogi Stewart because they are soft, okay?
A Yogi Stewart reference.
I mean, I'm sorry. No, you need somebody. You need hey, Draymond Green would be, I'm just saying, as far as building the character of this team, he would be a perfect candidate for this team because he is physical. Something the Kings don't understand the meaning of.
Yeah, I understand, and don't terribly disagree. Stanley, we appreciate you. The real Stanley, we appreciate you. How much of a concern do you think that is going forward? Was this a one-off, get used to it, get your hands calloused a little bit, and then be able to go out there and work, or is this a concern?
I don't think it's a concern. Not right now. I mean, if we're still talking about this down the road, at like 20 games into the season, the lack of physicality, then sure, But the problem is that it's one thing to bring in physical players, but you have to have physical players who actually play. And so the Kings have brought in, even last season, let's bring in Tristan Thompson. He's super physical. Okay.
Mo Harkless.
He plays once once a week. And it's like, you can't be physical if you're not on the court. Like, it doesn't make it has to translate, So I think you have to change the mindset a little bit. And if you don't think Domantas Sabonis is physical, I don't know what you're watching. That dude is an absolute warrior. I don't know how he lost 82 games doing that, but watching him like beat people up in the post and also get like attacked in the post, like that was extremely physical. I just think the Kings were caught off guard by. It's not that I think they shied away from contact. I just think it gummed up what they thought they were doing. So, like when you're running 5-on-0 sets and everything moving super smooth, or you're running 5-on-5 against your teammates, but again, your teammates know what's coming. It's a lot different than when you go up against a team who's going to give it to you, who's going to like push you around. And I just think that that's a problem, and they'll figure it out. That's not a huge problem that I think that they can't work through in the next couple of days.
Let's get Chicago in here. 916-909-1320. Chi-Town, what's happening, baby?
What's up, gang?
What's going on, my man?
Nothing much, man. Good to hear you guys in your studio. I ain't talked to you in a while, but I'm disappointed, man, because I sold my food stamps for some tickets, and I wanted to see, and I'm gonna be hungry for the next couple of days. But I thought I would see your boy Fox, man, close the game out. He wasn't as aggressive as I thought he should have been with them last 3 minutes left. It was a breakdown on defense with the backdoor dunk that Portland had. Dame Lillard really wasn't attacking with the lazy behind-the-back dribbles and passes. They really should have took advantage of that and won that game. And then he had that crazy step-back three. I don't know what that was in the corner. And like Ham was saying, watching Sabonis get beat up in the middle, I was disappointed, man, because they had that game, man. It was only down 1 point, and they just let it get away with that breakdown on the defense. I knew that was going to be a call on the, like I'm going to say roughing the passer, but whatever call that was with the technical, wasn't that a late call?
Yeah, there were a couple of calls there that were a bit. It felt like they took a while to blow the whistle. They blew the whistle on Terrence Davis pretty quickly. I just don't think that they should have.
The call on Fox,
that was weird.
He was giving it to an official saying, "How did you miss that call?" And then it was so noisy in the building, you didn't hear the call from the other official on the other side who actually gave him the call. I thought he was going to get teed up. He was like on the brink of getting teed up for probably like 8 minutes. Like he was in the ear of an official, like on top of him the whole time. That could have been why Terrence Davis got his tech, because the refs were hearing it. And I'll say this too, incredible crowd.
Oh, man.
I missed that. Like,
man.
Absolutely incredible. And when you're in a crowd like that, and you're like, it's game one of a season.
Yeah.
And that is intimidating for an official. Like, that was a ruckus crowd. And I know officials shouldn't get intimidated, but we're talking about game one, and it felt like a hostile environment.
No,
it really
was great.
It was great. Absolutely outstanding.
The crowd was ready at the tip, and it died down because the first quarter was a little rocky. And then, man, when that 16-1 run started to take shape, that arena blew up. And it was legitimately full. Not one of the wink winks sold out. Everybody, like, it was packed. Yeah. And the crowd was in it all the way till the end. And that's why, you go back to that Terrence Davis play, the dunk, the reaction, and you're at 100, and then you're immediately brought, like, you're here, and then you're immediately knocked to the ground by that whistle.
Yeah.
And I don't have I guess I get Chicago's point. I don't have a big issue with the way De'Aaron Fox played, period, nor the way that he approached those final few minutes.
Yeah, he had a loose handle. That's the one thing. A lot of his turnovers were crazy live ball turnovers that just didn't make any sense.
Yeah.
Like he just lost the ball. And I would say like 4 of his turnovers were just flat out live ball turnovers that led to transition and trouble on the other end. He's got to clean that up. But again, I don't think we're talking about something that he's going to have a problem with. He's not an 8 turnover guy. I mean, for him to hit the glass like he did, 7 rebounds, he had 7 assists. If he's anywhere near 25-7 for the season, like this is going to be a good ride.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't think it'll be hollow stats. I don't think any of his stats were what you would call hollow stats in that game. I thought he does need to finish games.
Yeah, when the team was struggling in the first quarter, the first half before that run, it was De'Aaron that was hitting those baskets to kind of
he kept them in the game.
This game's not out of control. Like we're not where we need to be yet. I think there was a point in that stretch before the run that the Trailblazers are up double digits, and it was De'Aaron that come down, whether it was getting to the basket or strangely enough hitting threes that would kind of settle things down and keep the Kings alive for another possession without that game getting out of control, which I think is a difference between, examining one game, which is all we can do. The difference between some things that we saw last year is we regularly saw games get out of hand really, really quick.
Yeah.
And De'Aaron shots last night. Kenny brought this up, and what we were talking about, what Casey and I were talking about was like when that run was happening, the end of the first half run, it's like, so the difference between this team like winning and losing is legitimately going to be just hitting this 3. Because I think Herter hit 2 in that stretch. De'Aaron hit at least 1 in that stretch. And that's how all of a sudden it was like, oh, you grab 2 stops in a short period of time. Now you're all of a sudden hitting these threes. And that's the new hallmark of this team. And that's when we were doing math, adding free throws to 3-point. They weren't interested in the 2 last night.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about this yesterday too, didn't we? Mike Brown had said, like, look, we're not going to take away the mid-range jump shot.
Mm-hmm.
That's not something we're going to do.
Mike Brown lied.
Yeah, they did not. Yeah. I mean, it really did look like either, 3-pointer or bust. I mean, even like the first quarter, 3 of 10, I was just sitting there stunned. And then the fact that they get to half and they've already got 10 makes, they were like 10 of 21.
Yeah.
That means they caught fire
because
they were not good early on. And watching they just kept hoisting. I was very surprised. And didn't Kenny talk about it last year? The leader in the league was like 14 threes.
Yes.
14 makes. This team made 17. Mm-hmm. Like if they're going to shoot like this, they're going to shoot a lot of teams right out of the gym. But you can't have 17 threes and only score 108 points. That doesn't make a lot of sense. That means you didn't get to the free throw stripe enough. You didn't get enough 2-point shots. You didn't get to the rim enough. But they'll learn. I mean, again, watching Fox take off, there was a point where Fox stopped shooting the 3 and just ran right past everybody. I mean, he blew through their defense like 4 or 5 times where you're just like, oh my goodness. I mean, the layup high over 2 guys tried to stop him on a run. And I think Nurkic and one other tried to go up high, and he just went right up and over the top of him. I really think he had some moments that were just not just prime De'Aaron Fox, but like, okay, you're an all-star. Like you look great.
Yeah. Phone lines are open for you. 916-909-1320. Let's get our brother Bryce in here. Bryce, what's going on, man? Bryce, what's good, baby?
Hey, what's going on, Damian? How's it going, James?
What's going on?
Yeah, there was a lot of, there's a lot of things you could talk about why they lost, but I really feel like I want to talk about like some positive stuff from last night, which is insane, I'm sure. But yeah, Sabonis got beat up down low, was not great. Kind of weird to see that, really. I've never seen him really getting beat up like that before. But I feel like the Kings kept their composure, which was nice. A lot of the times you see a game like that where you think the Kings, oh, they're done. Mm-hmm. I never felt like they were out of it.
Mm-hmm.
And I felt like that was a positive. Like they were Were they making mistakes? Were they doing things that weren't ideal? Sure, but they weren't, they weren't like, oh, we're done. They weren't hanging their heads. They were like focusing. I felt like that was a good positive mindset change from the team as a whole. I feel like, the Kings showed that they actually have an offense to where if they fall behind in a game, they can actually have a chance to still win.
Yeah.
Because we're so used to, as soon as this game gets a little bit out of hand, you're like, man, and it's like not even halftime, and you're like, this game's done.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it's over.
Yeah.
8 points, they're screwed. And now it's like, no, these dudes can score.
Yeah, that's what we saw last night at the end of that. That's what we saw in that run at the end of the first half. Appreciate you, Bryce. Great hearing from you. Again, 916-909-1320 if you want to get in and talk to Kings basketball. We got Olivia Christian coming up about 30 minutes from now. Brenden Nunes about an hour from now. Matt George, final hour of the show. We definitely saw Mike Brown's approach, or Monty McNair's approach of surrounding guys like Fox and Sabonis with three-point shooters. And I know people want more from Malik Monk. I think it was Leezy who said earlier, we want Lakers Malik Monk. We got Charlotte Malik Monk last night. But I recall that he hit a couple timely threes. Like sometimes it's not the amount that you hit. Sometimes it's when you hit them. And he hit a couple late where it was like, okay, that's gonna get hot now. That's one that we needed. We'll talk more Kings basketball. There's a lot more we got to dive into. And Bryce said there are some positives to take away. We've got to talk with Kevin Huerter. Again, a lot of credit goes to Portland in the way they defended the Kings last night. So there's plenty more to talk about. Again, the phone lines remain open for you. 916-909-1320 is D'Lo and KC here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Oh, man.
Kenny. Someone Photoshop Kenny.
That's got to be Dr. David. Yeah, that's crazy. They still don't. Isn't that the next? Aren't you supposed to have like a phone, like a real phone in there? We gotta get.
Oh, you need multiple phone lines?
Yeah, we have multiple phone lines, but it's all run through this board. And so instead of picking up a phone and saying, hang on, they all, like, if 5 people called, it'd be like a party line. All 5 people would be on at the same time.
Oh, that's weird.
So when Stanley's on and Leezy's on hold, Leezy could just start talking if he wanted to.
Like, shut up.
Just to interrupt Stanley.
Stanley.
Yeah, pretty much.
Talking crazy, Stanley.
Pretty much.
Yogi Stewart. I don't know. I mean, Yogi Farrell. That's what he said, right?
No, I think he mentioned Yogi Stewart.
That's what who he was going. Wow,
yeah, he went with.
He forgot about Reggie Evans.
The
Kings did have Reggie
Stewart
Evans. Yeah, Yogi Stewart. Yeah, he got paid, and then never played again.
I liked Yogi Ferrell. That was one I thought might pan out a little differently.
Yeah, he was a really late signing.
Yeah.
I'm surprised he's out of the league. He could flat out score. There's a couple of guys like again, you get to a guy like Isaiah. Like, how in the world is Isaiah not in the league just as a guy who can score?
Absolutely no sense. Yeah. We deserve rings.
Yeah, I think like, again, with Isaiah, he's a player you have to give like your entire team over to him. Yeah. And like,
you did. Maybe you don't now.
Well, no, not now. Yeah. Not now.
I still feel like he can. I can't believe that dude's not on a roster. I honestly can't believe DeMarcus isn't either. Yeah, that dude is loved, man.
It's tough with DeMarcus because, again, like, if he hasn't, I don't know that, like, he talked about like learning from his mistakes and stuff, but then also like the words that came after that weren't like spot on.
Mm-hmm.
There is some issues there that you got to deal with.
I wonder if it's more the injuries though at this point, more the
wondering
if he could physically hold up.
I think it's more that you'll put up with a lot when the talent is there, but when the talent starts to diminish, there comes a tipping point where the value to talent starts to like what you'll put up with versus how much a guy can give you, like starts to like the scale start going the wrong way.
Sure.
And that's where he's at.
Yeah.
I think you could make a full team right now. We could start like the I don't know, the Auburn Dominators and just go out. We could sign Isaiah and DeMarcus. We go get Dwight Howard. We get Carmelo.
Is Dwight not in the league?
No.
Oh, wow.
I'm not going to sign Whiteside on that team, but we could get
go get Yogi Ferrell.
Yeah, we
Let's
could get
Yogi.
Jeremy Lamb.
Yeah,
He's
I
not
still
on it.
haven't watched Linsanity yet. I need to do that this weekend.
Well, we could get Jeremy Lin too.
Good. There you go.
Yeah, like I think you could form a team.
The Redeem team.
Yeah,
the new Redeem team. I'm with it. Oh, very nice. But we can't say it today. Okay.
Could build that one up.
Yeah. Trying to think of some smart ass way I could say it on the air.
Danny Fortson. There we go.
Oh, they're gonna improve it.
Yeah, we could have Willie Cauley-Stein. There's a lot of guys in the league.
Willie. Justin Jackson, maybe?
Yes, Aldrin J. I live above Auburn. My zip code is actually Auburn.
What did you call them again? The Auburn what?
Dominators.
Dominators.
Or we could just go like the has-beens. Yeah.
Oh, we can't call them that.
What's
the less than maxes? We're fielding a new team of ex-Kings here. Mostly ex-Kings. We're throwing in a handful of non-ex-Kings here. We finally got James to sign Carmelo Anthony to a team here. His fictitious Auburn Dominators were signing.
That's right.
Are signing Carmelo Anthony. I didn't know. I knew Melo wasn't signed. I didn't realize Dwight wasn't. I did not realize Dwight Howard wasn't signed.
Yeah, he's not signed.
Interesting.
He's an odd duck.
I guess. I mean, that's what happens with age, man. You get old and careers fade out. I mean, I still think Carmelo can play. I'll ride with that. He's not Denver Nuggets, New York Knicks top scorer in the league, Carmelo, but I think he could contribute to somebody. Speaking of, we know the minutes are going to be different with Keegan Murray debuting on Saturday, as reported by Mark Spears.
Yeah, I mean, that's a whole nother story. Like, I talked to Keegan last night. He's fine.
Yeah.
He has circled the Clippers game as a game that he really looks forward to playing because of the forwards that are there. And I would be shocked if he did not make a return on Saturday. But there's this weird thing about when players are injured or on the injury list that technically they don't have to speak to the media. So we may have had like some conversations and Mark Spears may have come in after those conversations and had more conversations while we were standing right next to them. But yeah, it's one of those deals. Yeah, I believe he will play. He worked out with the team and shoot around on yesterday morning. And then he was again working around in pregame. He was working out with Dellavedova and Shima Monecki and one other, I can't remember. Maybe it was Chimezie Metu. Like in pregame, they were all on the floor working out hard.
James Ham versus Mark Spears live at WrestleMania in Los Angeles this year. So Keegan makes his debut. We know the minute distributions is going to be a little bit different. So there's two things I think worth noting here. One, it's one game, so you shouldn't, and I'm sure Mike won't overreact to anything that he saw or didn't see from various individuals. We always knew the KZ Okpala thing would be kind of weird. He's going to start. He's going to have a very specific role. We saw him on Dame Lillard. And Dame Lillard, Portland was up 5. Portland was up 10. Dame Lillard had 5 points. Like that's how well KZ Okpala, I think, was doing on Dame Lillard. That's how well the Portland Trailblazers offense was functioning last night in the first half. But he wound up playing like, what was it, 12, 13, 14 minutes, something like that. And then you had a really rough night from Trey Lyles. Those are the first two things that come into mind with Keegan debuting. And particularly when it comes to KZ Okpala, is the idea going to be we're going to start every game with a guy that we believe is one of our most versatile defenders? And I think, what was he like, 0 of 1?
Yeah, he was 0 for 1.
I don't know why I keep asking
16
questions
minutes.
like I don't have the box score within my reach, but like I know.
Yeah, he's 0 for 1. Yeah.
That was on the game. He was 0 for 1 on the game in 15 minutes.
You don't need him to shoot, though.
But that's what I mean. How long are you willing to stick with that approach if you're Mike Brown and this coaching staff? Because as you've laid out on numerous occasions, and you went through 8 yesterday and didn't mention KZ Okpala's name, minutes are going to be tough to come by. Minutes are going to be really tough to come by if my man Terrence Davis keeps playing like this, because y'all ain't going to be able to deny him.
I think it's really an interesting dilemma that Mike Brown is going to be faced with, especially if Malik Monk isn't playing really, really well. Like Terrence Davis and him are very interchangeable, and so like at what point do you try to look at more Terrence Davis and less Malik? Even last night, I mean, you can look and Malik Monk only played 15 minutes from 42 seconds, where Terrence Davis played 25 minutes.
Yeah,
that was unexpected.
Yeah,
but again.
You probably would have guessed those were reversed.
Yeah. And Terrence played a lot of small forward, but then he also was asked to defend, and I think that's where, if you're going to play.
Which I thought he did.
Yeah. I think if you're going to play a team that's guard heavy, like Portland, that's one thing. When you get to a team like what they're going to face on Sunday, which is the Golden State Warriors, that's a guard heavy team. Like you're going to have to get like really creative there to defend that team. And so we can see more Davion. We could see, again, more Terrence Davis as opposed to Malik Monk, because I think Terrence Davis is a more physical defender than Malik is going to be, and than he is. But I also think that once you get Keegan back, you're going to see less and less minutes, especially at the small forward spot. We saw a couple of minutes there where Kevin Huerter is playing the 3. Well, Kevin Huerter was absolutely spectacular. He needs to play, dare I say, more than 28 minutes. He needs to be up around 30, 32, 34 minutes. I mean, we could get to a point where that's the case. And I think, if you really look at the minutes distribution, like Rashawn Holmes playing 14 minutes, that's kind of what I told you guys. Like the fact that they hadn't played together as like a power forward center combo in practice at all, that's a problem. And I'll also say, like, I kind of feel like a lot of these combinations have not played together in practice. They've had their starters, they've had their second unit, they've had their third unit. They haven't had a lot of guys bouncing back and forth playing with multiple units. And so at some point, you're going to have to let them learn how to play with Huerter at the 3, because I don't think that that's been something that's happened a lot of practice. Huerter's been the starting shooting guard almost from day one of training camp. Whether there was a competition or not, I don't think there was. He was basically the starting shooting guard. Him and Fox played a ton. You got to get their chemistry working. But eventually he's going to have to learn how to play with the other guys as well, because you need him at the 3.
Man, you said something interesting there that I don't know if I'd really given a lot of thought to, but Malik Monk potentially being the odd man out. And I do think it's going to vary, by the way. I think Terrence Davis got hot last night, and I'm glad you pointed out defense. I thought Terrence was really good defensively last night. I thought he was extremely active. I don't, he mentioned getting yanked for missing a defensive assignment in one of the preseason games after only a couple of minutes, and he was willing to point that out to everybody, which to me is taking ownership of something. And I'm admittedly am a fan of Terrence Davis and think that, there's a lot that he can offer, but I hadn't really thought, I wondered where would Terrence's minutes come from if he was able to to do what he did last night. And I hadn't thought, man, maybe he plays Malik Monk out of the lineup a little bit. But I do think those two guys, perhaps more than anybody else, are guys whose their place in that game varies game to game.
Mm-hmm.
Terrence, I don't know if the idea was Terrence is going to play 25 minutes tonight. It was like, yo, Terrence is cooking. Leave him out there. Terrence is cooking, and he's playing well defensively. Leave him out there. Malik couldn't get going. Malik couldn't get in the flow. Terrence got in the flow. Malik couldn't, and that's the way last night's game played out. Saturday's game may play out totally different. Sunday's game may play out different than Saturday's game with those two.
Well, I'll tell you, it's almost unfair because if you're coming off the bench versus starting, you're playing with Richaun Holmes as your starting center and not Sabonis. And Sabonis is just such a massive hub for an offense. And so he creates opportunities. I would say that Monk didn't get just the pure open looks that Herter did. Mm-hmm. So it's going to be tough. And I'm not calling out Richaun Holmes. He's a different type of player. Mm-hmm. And that's where I think the Kings really do have to like play to the strengths of your players. Like at some point, get in the pick and roll with Richaun Holmes and give him an opportunity to get downhill on teams, because that's where he's effective. That's where he can be impactful. He's not going to be super impactful in this 4 guys out and, trying to get in the paint and all that stuff. It's just a different style that he's not used to and that he hasn't, he's not going to flourish in. Can he pass? Sure. But is he a high level passer? Can he be someone that other teams respect as a passer? And the answer is probably not. And that's why I think I'm going to surprise you here, but when the Kings go to their second unit, I expect Keegan Murray to take on the role of Sabonis for quite a bit of the time, where he's actually the guy that's running at the elbow, at the high post, and is getting a lot of those touches that we see Sabonis get. And we're going to see him play make for others around the corner, around the perimeter, even Richaun making plays for him as a corner 3 guy and a guy who can attack the rim off of that position. I think that's how you have to get creative with the squad, just because there's a huge difference. It's not a drop off. I mean, is there a drop off from Sabonis to Holmes? Yes, there's a drop off. I mean, one is a 2-time All-Star, one is not. But it's really about play style between the two. They're just totally different types of players, and that makes it very difficult.
So that's a great point about Keegan Murray kind of being the center of the universe there for that second unit. But what if he doesn't remain in the second unit?
If he doesn't remain in the second unit, if you can develop him into that passing big, then it gives you a lot more flexibility to set Sabonis early and transition your offense into Keegan's hands. Then bring Sabonis back at the end of the first quarter, bring Murray to the bench, have one of them start the second quarter. Does it become almost like a Fox Sabonis thing that we've talked about, where Keegan or Sabonis, one of those guys has to be on the floor? Yeah, I think that's what we might develop into. So as opposed to a Fox or Sabonis has to be on the floor at all times, I think you'll be okay if Keegan or Sabonis are on the floor at all times, as long as you're using him as that kind of distributor. And he's going to be an offensive weapon. And when he's in the game with Sabonis, he's going to play off the ball, and we'll see a bunch of threes from him, just like everyone else. But there's just a huge difference, like we talked about the media session, and they joked with us about how all of our passes were bad as media members, and they were. How many passes did you catch? Did I see hit people's ankles? It's just bad passes. And that's when you're not used to playing and stuff. And we used to have this situation here in Sacramento where the Kings had Rondo and they had Darren Collison, and Bellinelli didn't want to play with Collison. He wanted to play with Rondo because Rondo gave him the perfect setup pass. Mm-hmm. And so when you watch these guys play, watch the passes that they receive. Watch that the passes right at the chest, in the pocket, ready. Guys catch and are ready to shoot. There's a big difference between having to move for a ball, having to adjust for a catch, and just being able to catch and shoot. And that's where I'm saying, I think that it's unfortunate Monk didn't have the same type of quality of shot that Herter did, and he probably won't. He's going to have to make adjustments.
You're listening to D-Lo and KC on KIFM West Sacramento, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento, ESPN 1320, driven by Lasher's Elk Grove Dodge. Always live on the free Odyssey app, live on twitch.tv/ESPN 1320, youtube.com/ESPN 1320 as well. If you're watching, hit the follow button on Twitch, hit the subscribe button on YouTube, hit the thumbs up as well. Even you looky-loos who don't want us to know you're out there, you hit the thumbs up. You know you enjoyed the show. We appreciate you watching. Speaking of, one person Mike Brown wasn't particularly thrilled with yesterday was you. You were called out in the pregame media session. Do you want to explain that to everybody?
Actually, it's a good moment. Katie, got the mic and said, "Hey, Mike, I know James is upset that you're not going to give the starting lineup tonight, but could you talk about the minute distribution or something to that effect?" And Mike stopped her and said, "James has a lot more to worry about than who's starting tonight." And that's because I missed a pair of layups and when we were on the court playing with the coaching staff. I thought it was a fun moment. I didn't feel like Mike was having a good time. And that's, again, we talked about this before.
I want you to work on your layups, I think.
It's probably not going to happen because I'm an old man. And I've never been good at layups, but I play defense. I set mean screens.
Play hard.
I got elbows. But when it comes to, I'm a good passer. When it comes to hitting threes or hitting layups, that's not my forte. I don't mind if I'm KZ Akpala. I don't mind if I don't score at all. As long as everyone else. But and even still, it wasn't like we did layup lines. But I thought it was an interesting. It's fun. Mike is fun, and that's what we keep talking about. I want to see Mike be fun all season, and in order for that to happen, this team needs to win games. And if we get to cover that guy all season long, then I'll take all the ribbing possible, and I'll work on my layups, Mike. I'll work on my layups.
De'Aaron Fox became the 6th player in the Sacramento era to record 30-plus points on opening night. He finished with 33, 7-7. As a matter of fact, as I say that out loud,
The ceiling is the roof. Let's make it happen. Let's keep moving forward.
it's a perfect time to tell you that our Ceiling is the Roof performance of the night brought to you by ACR Solar and Roofing. You can set your appointment with ACR Solar and Roofing by calling 916-481-7200. Find out if your old roof needs to be replaced. That'll help lower your energy bills. Find out if solar is right for you. They take a lot of things into account when they determine if solar is right for you. They look at your neighborhood. They look at your energy grids, all of these different things. ACR, their wonderful team, will do all of that for you. ACR Solar and Roofing, 916-481-7200. I looked around the NBA. There was a lot of guys deserving of the ACR Solar and Roofing performance of the night, but I went with De'Aaron Fox. I was really happy with how he played last night. The 33 points, 7 rebounds, 7 assists. He was 5 of 9 from 3. I know a lot of people are frustrated with the turnovers, which is certainly understandable. I'm sure no one is more frustrated than De'Aaron Fox, but I do love the way that he played yesterday. I love the way that he attacked, and I love that 3 fell for him. I hope we see that because if you recall last year, game 1, coincidentally enough, the Portland Trailblazers, he had like 29 in that game. He had like 29, 7, and 6 or something like that. He had major numbers. And it was like, yeah, there we go. That's what we want to see. That didn't happen again. Like it fell off a little bit. And I want to see him take this strong start, continue it, clean up those turnovers a little bit, and go off to that big season where he stops getting looked over by people outside of Sacramento and by some of you in Sacramento.
I also thought he was very active on the defensive end.
Mm-hmm.
He had active hands. He had 2 steals, but probably like 8 deflections.
I thought everyone was really active. Not, and I don't mean to like take away from De'Aaron. I thought De'Aaron was great. The team looked noticeably different on the defensive end. I mentioned Terrence earlier. The team collectively looked noticeably different. They were after everything.
Yeah. No, I thought so too. I thought that they were fully engaged. The one guy, I thought Harrison was slow on the closeout, and that's gonna be a problem. He needs to figure that one out. I don't know if he's getting drawn in too much or if he's positioning his body a little bit off, but it was there were multiple possessions where he was the guy that gave up the corner three and wasn't able to get to the closeout fast enough. So outside of that, like, I mean, did they make mistakes? Sure. Did Fox give up a blow by early or a back cut early? Yes. Mike Brown didn't call timeouts like he had in the past, but still you could see them trying to work through some stuff, especially early. I mean, that first quarter was horrible. Like the Kings looked absolutely atrocious. And then they slowly started playing into the flow of the game. Yeah. They're not going to be able to do that against every team. But I thought, even saying that, I think their defense kept them in the game, even though they gave up 30 points. It was because they weren't rebounding. They were giving up second chance points. They just really didn't look that comfortable in the first quarter, but they showed up in the second quarter and really sort of showed you who they could be.
The 56 points in the paint. We know that was glaring for Mike Brown. How glaring was it for Ty Lue and Steve Kerr and opposing coaches who are looking like, oh, this team has some weaknesses on the interior?
They'll fix it. Like, again, I've compare what we saw last season from Mike Brown's defense in Golden State. Mike Brown didn't have a shot blocker at all. No, nobody. Like Draymond Green, Looney. No, they're not shot blockers at all. The fact that they were second in the league in rebounding and that they didn't block a bunch of shots, but they still managed to have that type of defense. Like there's not a guy on that team, maybe Weissman if he actually played, but like you're going to get some weak side blocks from guys like Wiggins and stuff like that. But like overall, like they play defense by cutting off the middle. That's the key. Cut off the middle of the court, push everybody to the sides. They call it ice when they run a high, like if you're out near the bend and the 3-point line and you see a guard start to go over there, the big man is supposed to ice the guy towards the sidelines, push him towards the sidelines. Everything is built to keep players away from the middle of the key. And they'll learn. We'll watch them improve in that area where they're starting to figure that one out. It's just an adjustment. I mean, if you've played in the NBA for 10 years, like a guy like Harrison Barnes, and you've always played a specific way, and all of a sudden you're being asked to do something completely different, it's one thing to do it in practice, but when things get hard, when things get mucked up, when the physicality changes, you usually regress to what you're comfortable doing and what you've always done. And I think those are habits that we're going to have to see change from a lot of players, where they have to go out and do exactly what Mike Brown's staff is asking them to do and sort of play the game the right way by their standards.
If that weakness continue, you say they can fix it. I 100% believe you. Say they fall short or don't meet Mike Brown's expectations for what he wants on the defensive end. I'm going to go to Childish DiCaprio here on youtube.com/ESPN 1320. Is that a situation where we could potentially see Neemias Queta?
I think before you see Neemias Queta, you'll see Alex Len, because Alex Len is a true 7-footer, and he's experienced. Mm-hmm. He can also shoot the three. There could come a point though where that is exactly what we see, and I think also, like, if you're watching the team and you get to a certain point in the season and you realize that there is no way that Richaun Holmes is going to fit in this system, that is when you might pull the plug and not just bench him, but actually find him a place where it makes more sense. And so if they're going to go with this type of, this style of play, and if he doesn't work, but I think what Mike Brown sees in Richaun is a lot of what he sees in Looney. Like, he's a guy that can actually hold his own on the perimeter, who can be strong. I didn't think Richaun had a bunch of issues. I thought he played strong against Nurkic. I just think his teammates didn't know how to get him the ball in the right spots, and they're not figuring that out. And I think when we talk about, how the Kings want to play, how the Kings want to keep everybody out of the paint, right? But they gave up way too many points in the paint. I think Portland was perfectly fine with the Kings shooting a bunch of 3-pointers. Mm-hmm. And I think they played them to that way. So the Kings are going to run into a team that goes, yeah, we're not going to give up 17 threes, because there's a good chance if you do give up 17 threes, you're going to lose. So I think we're going to see teams try to adjust to that and try to take some of that away, which will, of course, open up more on the inside for Sabonis and Fox and, name that player that's moving at the rim for the Kings.
Kings hit 6 more threes than Portland did yesterday. That's how comfortable they were with Sacramento shooting threes. They hit 6 more than Portland did.
The Kings were going to shoot 40 no matter what. The fact that they got up to 44 was, they needed a couple of late threes to actually get them in the game. Yeah. But, if that game would have been like a 10-point lead Sacramento's way, they still would have got to 43s. I mean, that's how they're playing. Yeah. It's very intriguing to watch.
Olivia Christian going to join us coming up here in just a heartbeat. Brenden Nunes right after that. We got Matt George, the final hour of the show. We got much more Kings coverage ahead here. CeeLo and KC. KC's out for the next couple of days, off to the Caribbean. My man James Ham sitting in. Become a premium subscriber, by the way, over at thekingsbeat.com. There is an off-the-record happy hour tonight with James Ham and Katie Christensen that I know is going to be worth your time. So head over to thekingsbeat.com and check that out. We'll come back when D'Lo and Casey return, because that's what we'll do. We'll be back when we return, because that makes a ton of sense. I'm a broadcast journalist here. Let's go to the Sports Center update. That was
smooth.
That was high quality broadcasting right there. Can't get much better than that.
That's funny.
Can't get much better than that. Oh man, they did call that technical late. Oh man,
and he didn't say a word.
They really did call that late.
The worst part is,
and you can see immediately he feels terrible.
Where is that?
What do you mean?
Where do you see the video?
Oh, it's just on my. It's on
okay.
an app. Yeah.
Got it. John Poles. Will we do a happy hour in person? Yeah, we are eventually going to do a happy hour in person. That is the plan. We'll figure that one out. There are a lot of technical difficulties in doing something like that, and it's not easy to do during the season, because I work a lot during the season.
Yeah.
Oh. That might help CD Lamb's numbers.
Who do they have this week? Oh, jeez.
Oh, that's going to be it.
Oh, jeez.
Detroit was incredible offensively through 4 weeks, and then last week they just were trash.
Yeah.
They didn't score, right? Swift was out, and but they got their stud Amon-Ra, right? St. Brown. He was back this week. He was out the week before, but Damian Williams wasn't effective. People were asking in here.
Maybach, go.
Hey, there's Olivia.
Hey.
You look like $1 million. You're in 4K today.
Oh, God.
What's up, buddy?
How you guys doing?
I feel like the staircase is angled differently. Are you in a different part of your mansion?
No, I'm in the same place.
Is that the same staircase? Okay.
It is. I don't know why. Maybe we had to.
I don't know.
Building is sinking,
you look great.
Potentially. Thanks.
You look great.
There you go. That's not good. The building, if the building is sinking, that you might want to leave the building now.
You're in LA. Anything could be happening.
Anything can happen. Yeah. Anything can happen during this broadcast, by the way.
I think when me and Kenny were on with her, we had a discussion about the staircase and where it went.
Yes, I wanted to check in. What's happening on your end? How many stairs have you built?
Well, I did redo my entire staircase going into the bar, and I've closed in part of the bar walls.
I was going to ask, did you ever put the walls up?
I haven't done the bookshelf yet because I started having some back issues, and then the season started, and so my wife keeps looking at me because I have all of it staged in our living room where I need to do the work, and she's pissed at me.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'll probably do that. I mean, we've got back-to-backs this weekend. That's gonna be a little reckless, but in the next week or two, I'll start building the collapsing bookshelves that hide the bar entrance.
Ooh,
Yeah.
that sounds dope.
Yeah. Yes, I do have to build another studio.
James
here.
is also going to build a studio here. He walked in and started looking around like, I could do something here.
Well, they were like, "Hey, we need another studio in here." I'm like, "Well, that wouldn't be that hard." They're like, "Oh, it seems like it'd be really hard." I'm like, "No, it's not. No, no, I could have a studio like built up here, like no time at all." Yeah. Aldrin J, I have very good Wi-Fi. It just decides to cut out whenever it wants to. Like I'm at like 400 or 500 speed, like at all times.
I think Deuce was trashing your Wi-Fi a couple of days ago.
Yeah.
I feel your pain, Ham. I feel your pain. Every Thursday, it's as if nothing has been worked. I've talked to so many people, all these gadgets, and it's always a crapshoot whether or not it's going to work.
Yeah. I mean, I even have like the upgraded, like, not the modem.
Yeah, I had to do that too.
Like I have like the $180 modem, and then
that pissed me off so much. I was like, you got to be kidding me.
I have a mesh system.
Yeah, that's the one I got too.
Yeah,
but it worked. So I can't be mad. We survived 2 years, and we still do a lot of stuff at home, so I can't be that mad at it. But when I was at Best Buy that day, I was like, this is bullshit.
I think
this sucks.
The 4 o'clock hour. Like right as we get towards the 4 o'clock, it's where some people start getting home, and it just like they get bogged down. Like it's between like 3 and like 6 p.m. when everyone starts getting home is like when power is most expensive and stuff. I think it's because it's just too many kids are coming home and getting on and starting video games and everything else, and it's just chaos.
It's always the kids. This is why I don't have any. Just problems.
Yeah. I'm on the back side of that. I got a 19-year-old and I have a 15-year-old. So,
all right, hang on. We're coming back live on the Odyssey app, live on twitch.tv/ESPN1320, youtube.com/ESPN1320. We're live on Twitter as well at ESPN1320. I hope you're already following us there. I hope you're following Olivia Christian, the host of The Game Last Night and the mini version, The Game Last Night Cap. Oh, what's good, baby?
Hey, it's so good to connect with you guys. I love having James Ham on. It makes me feel like I need to step up my game because he's so wise. All the statistics and the dates. I'm like, oh gosh, can I make this work?
I think you kill it. I don't know. Plus, you have the best spiral staircase in the history of spiral staircases. So, yeah.
James is very envious of the staircase.
I just like stare at it like over the whole time, like, okay, like how do we do this?
What's funny is when whenever I'm doing something like this and I happen to be sitting somewhere else, people are like, well, did you move? Where's the staircase? I'm like, it's there. I have other rooms in the house.
It's like the Washington Monument now. Like it's the Olivia Monument that James is begging to go. Olivia, can you just move over a little bit so the staircase is in full view of everybody?
Yeah, see, that is
that's a nice
staircase.
That's a nice staircase. So
I'm gonna build one of those into the basement.
Funny.
Like a winery in the basement. Yeah.
Basketball's back. We got our first taste of Kings basketball last night. Obviously, we've been discussing that in depthly last night. Last year was that we've been discussing it in depthly today. Last year was your first year feeling the full year-long pain of covering the Sacramento Kings fans now, or covering the Sacramento Kings and joining Kings fans in their pain. Does it feel a little bit different for you headed into season number 2 for you, but specifically just kind of headed into this season?
I feel like I do feel the pain more. I get it. I get how you have this excitement coming out of Summer League. You have excitement around winning them. You got a great draft pick and it's like, yes, we had a great preseason. What can we do? And then opening night, you lose in the last few seconds. I feel like, yeah, I understand this pain now. I can't be surprised by it. I went through it a lot last year. And hopefully it won't continue, but I wasn't super surprised by what happened at the end of last night's game.
What stood out for you? What
A number of things.
let's go positive. Let's go positive. What was really good for you last night?
I love the fact that they like De'Aaron Fox put his head down and got in the paint a lot. I like that his shot was falling. Herder did a really great job. He was shooting as well. I was excited to see some of the energy they had defensively and certain points where they clearly stepped it up a bit. So I like that they seem to have a bit of a groove. They understand what works. And it's similar to football, right? Like if you go to the basket, it will open up opportunities around the perimeter. If you run the ball, it'll open up your playbook and you can, throw down the field. I think the Kings just need to be consistent with that throughout the game, continue to run to the basket as much as you can, have some constant movement. Don't get stagnant. Don't start looking around. And it's going to pay off for them.
When you were watching, did you think, are they going to shoot like 300 threes? Because I mean, at one point it was like, holy cow, I think all they do is shoot threes. But it was like that year, the Dallas Mavericks shot like so many threes when they moved the 3-point line in like 12 inches, and all of a sudden everyone shooting threes. George McLeod like shooting like 500 threes. But did you feel that like it was like, okay, they've got to do something other than just hoist? Well,
I'm excited when they go down. Of course, if you're hitting those threes, keep shooting them. It's a shooting league. You're going to have to shoot the lights out, and it's streaky as well. But of course, you don't want to rely on that because, ebbs and flows of the game. So you have to play an inside out game consistently. Don't forget what got you there, what got you those open looks, what helped you get those threes off. And that is, going into the paint and dishing it out. And also catching and shooting, putting people in a position to take a shot right out of, in a potential assist, as opposed to standing around dribbling, trying to create, wearing down the shot clock, and putting yourself in a position where you now have to hurl it up there. So again, the Kings got to be smart, and there's some tendencies in basketball. So I'm not upset with them for having moments of lapses in terms of energy and remembering their spacing and keeping movement. But you just don't want to make that a habit. And so again, shoot the threes if they drop, but also have that plan that everybody relies on going into the paint and opening up those opportunities around the perimeter as a result.
That's a great analogy, though, that I hadn't thought of before that I really, really like. The football analogy of how the run can open up the pass, how it makes perfect sense. If you are penetrating to the basket, you've got to convert those, though. You got to convert those shots at the rim. Now, all of a sudden, you've got these guys collapsing in, which leaves the Monks, Herders, Terrence Davises. It leaves those guys. It creates a more open shot. Whereas if you've got someone, either they're going to stop short of the basket, no one has to commit to collapsing, or they're not going to finish at the basket, so no one has to collapse, and it creates a more contested shot outside should the offense choose to go that way, or whoever's penetrating choose to go that way. That's an analogy I haven't thought of before that I really like. That's a good one.
Yeah, the Kings are doing what go ahead.
I was just going to say, even if they don't make those shots at the rim, which of course they should, those are high percentage shots, the defense has no choice but to at least collapse a bit, which gives you some space, right? They can't just let you have an open dunk and open, you can't just go up and have layups left and right. They're going to have to make a decision on stepping up and stepping in front of you. So you have to at least do a little bit of that. Hopefully it will go in, but you cannot just rest on the outside. You can't just stand behind the 3-point line and let them dare you, which is Portland did a little bit of that. And then when he started knocking him down, they had to take that into account. How do we adjust to that? But it's an all or nothing. You can't just do one or the other. You've got to be able to adjust to what the defense is doing, but also stick with what got you there. Stick with what's getting you those leads and maintain that energy and concentration throughout the 4 quarters.
Yeah, the Kings are doing what they call paint touch threes. Like before a 3-pointer is hoisted, the ball has to get to the paint. And so what they're trying to basically do is collapse the defense at least somewhat and then open up. They also do something where they've got, if you watch the court, there's always 2 guys on one side and 3 guys on the other. So either you can do a 2-man game on one side, or you can swing it to the 3, where you have 3 options for shooters on the other side. So it's really interesting to see how they're making cuts off of that and everything else. I like what they're doing offensively, and I just think it will take time. To me, a lot of what we saw both on the offensive end and the defensive end was just like you can't expect to reset everything out of nowhere. And Mike Brown cannot come in with completely different players and basically do what the Golden State Warriors did last year. You can't expect that. And I think that, like, again, the expectations are really high and the positivity is really high, and you don't want to get too far behind. But again, this is about an 82 game grind. It's not about one game. It's not about the first 5 games of the season. And the Kings are going to have to show that they can fix some of these issues, but they also need like more time in the pot to stew.
That's true. I think there's a level of expectation from everyone in the league right now, just because of all the moves that were made. And I think fans and the 3 of us here have a level of expectation on what they're going to show us on the court. And that's good. I want the players to feel that level of expectation from everyone in the league and from their fan base so that they do perform, that they do step up, and they do understand what Mike Brown is trying to bring to the table. Yes, it'll take time to implement all this stuff for sure. And hopefully they don't get into this pattern where we've seen them, where they get stuck in this losing streak where they're doing the same thing over and over again. And I like the fact that Mike Brown calls timeouts. Like, we're not having it. Let's stop it now. Let's end this and regroup and remind ourselves again of how we got here and what we need to do to finish this game. So I do think there's needs to be some leeway. It was opening night. It's fine. But at the same time, I'm just a nervous person. Like, I don't want to see these things continue in the next few games, because you can wake up one day and it's 0-10. And now it's a whole other experience, right? So it's like, let's get this fixed as soon as we can, and not create more bad habits.
Yeah, let's not do that. Let's not wake up and be 0-10. Let's just veto that right here. Okay, so that was pop. What didn't you like? What drove you nuts last night?
Well, I don't know if this is something that drove me nuts. So one thing I noticed, I don't know if you guys caught this, there was one play where Sabonis hit the floor 3 times in one possession. He got knocked around. He was like trying to get up. He got knocked down again. And I don't know if it's a wet spot on the floor, because once he fell, he couldn't stand back up. But I could hear it in Los Angeles, watching it on NBA TV. I'm like, what is happening? I felt like he got banged around a lot, and he's going to get banged around a lot, because we already know, I don't think the Kings players get the kind of calls that other teams get. It's like they need to see cuts and bruises and blood, and they're like, all right, I guess it's a flagrant. I guess we should take a timeout and review it. So Sabonis, like, I'm nervous for him staying healthy, because if you're going to be thrown on the ground multiple times, I'm nervous about whether or not he can stay healthy, whether or not he gets, lackadaisical or depressed or whatever. Like, I can't win here. And he throws up his hands. So I guess that's something I'm necessarily nervous about for the team, but I'm concerned about Sabonis being knocked around like that. One thing that I did have concern around was whether or not they were going to come out nicely out of the halftime. Those third quarter scaries didn't show up that much.
Yeah.
That was great.
That's King scarring right there. That is a scarred Kings fan being scared. We're the only fan base on the planet scared to death of the third quarter.
Yeah. Can we just take a 2-minute timeout, please? Let's not go back to the locker room. But they survived that. But a thing that did make me upset was at the end of the game, and those fouls, those and ones. If you're going to foul, you got to wrap them up. You cannot give them the potential of finishing that shot. And they did it, 2 or 3 times down the stretch, and it put us in a terrible position. We ended up losing by just a couple of points. And had we not had those and ones, we might have walked away with it. But I just don't, it's lazy to me when you don't go hard and wrap them up, or you just kind of like throw your hand out there and hope to make that steal. You know, you're not going to get that steal. Everyone's practicing this, right? They're trying to get that and one. They're lifting weights, and they're running this in practice, wanting to make sure they finish the shot. So you got to wrap them up.
Yeah. Okay. So on the Sabonis thing, what happened there was because I watched it. It actually looked at one point like Nurkic had just shoved him down. But what happened was on that play, they were battling, and Sabonis slipped on the. He fell, and he then kept slipping on his own sweat spot. So he created a gigantic sweat spot. Nurkic was just standing there, and then just kept watching Sabonis slip out and smack down on the ground. It was almost like someone kept throwing a banana peel out there. It was horrible to watch, because the first time I saw it, I'm like, oh man, did Nurkic just throw him down?
That's what I thought too.
And then Sabonis does it again, falls again, and then he falls again. You're like, oh my gosh, is he gonna like? So I too
Throw Nurkic out.
Yeah, I'm kind of worried. Like they need to bubble wrap this guy because he means so much to the team. Like he took a beating. Some of it was self-imposed, like from the wet spot on the ground, but some of it was just like the physicality of the game was crazy, and the Kings are going to have to make sure that they can keep him healthy.
Yeah,
that's my thing is like if you're slipping on the ground over and over again, that's the mental thing I'm thinking about. That's where I'm like, I'm just tired. I can't even get up on my feet. This game is crazy. I'm not going to get these calls. And then I might get hurt from slipping in my own sweat. Like, how depressing is that?
Yeah.
I remember that now that that's fun. Now that you point that out, I remember thinking that Nurkic pushed him and I thought, guys, wow, they didn't call that. They're really letting him go. And then when there was finally a dead ball, I think De'Aaron and the people who were on the floor, like they had the towel people come over and they're all pointing at the ground. They're like, here.
Oh,
and they've got, emergency towel crews out there, like cleaning up the area. That makes a lot more sense than Nurkic throwing him to the ground repeatedly.
Yeah, I think it was during one of their battles that he got knocked down. And then once it happened, it was like he kept finding the spot. And Nurkic was almost like the dude at the grocery store when something breaks and falls on the ground. He's like trying to say, everyone stay away. We got a wet spot. And Sabonis is like caught in the wet spot, like bam, bam. You're like, oh my gosh, what is happening? Nurkic's like, everyone else stay back. We got a wet spot, and this guy keeps falling.
It's like Home Alone with DeMarcus Sabonis.
Yeah.
You could just hear the Curb Your Enthusiasm music in the background.
Yeah.
You're like, oh my god, get up, Sabonis.
That's a good call, but it not that specific play. But Olivia's concern speaks to what you were saying, James, at the beginning of the show, and it is frustrating as the points in the paint were for Portland. DeMarcus Sabonis is a really physical player, and wet spot not being able to get to your feet withstanding, like he's a physical dude who's going to take he's going to take a beating this season.
Yeah. No, I'm very concerned that he's going to take a beating, and it's going to be a situation like this in every game. I mean, again, we talk about like once the Clippers lost their stars last year, everyone thought they would collapse, and they didn't. And it's because they were tryhards. They just worked harder than everyone else, and they were more physical. Where we're going to see the same thing on Saturday. They roll in. It's going to be a physical battle, and I think Sabonis is just so much more talented than any big that they can throw at him. But that doesn't change the fact that they can sit there and just thump him, and he needs to be cognizant of it. And the Kings do too. They need to, if a guy is hitting your big man like that nonstop, you got to send someone in there to be your enforcer. And maybe you do need to go Alex Len for a few plays.
There you go.
And let Alex Len go out there and do his Ukrainian thing and get up in someone's face. We've seen it in the past with Alex, and I remember it was against the Clippers a few years ago where it was Lakers, but in LA, where him and Montrezl Harrell got into it. And it was like, no, you're not going to pull that stuff here. Like after they acquired him the first time. And so, maybe they do need to send someone out there to kind of lay the wood and, hit somebody.
Alex Len does resemble a movie villain.
Yeah.
I was watching him warm up yesterday. I was afraid to make eye contact. Like Alex Len looks you talk about an enforcer, like Alex Len could absolutely be an enforcer for this team.
He could be on John Wick.
Sure.
Yeah. Instead of Boban. Yeah.
Boban's too friendly. Boban's getting jars off the top shelf for
but
people.
He was in John Wick. I think he was in John Wick 3. Boban was.
I don't think I've gotten that far. Like I did the first one. Like I get the references. I don't think I've gone past the first one.
Yeah.
I'm with you, Damien. I think I've only seen the first one. But
by the way,
I've definitely seen the commercial of taking things off the shelf 100,000 times.
Oh yeah. Shout out to the YouTube chat.
It's like dealing with a sophomore class.
I assure you have not gone unnoticed. So we appreciate you guys. One person we haven't really talked about, James, we haven't, and Olivia, we haven't. One person we haven't really talked a lot about today is Davion. Olivia, I'll start with you. We were kind of looking to see, Davion was a guy who lots of Kings fans kind of got their eyes on, anxious to see the growth for him. Me, anxious to see how he grows with a little bit of stability under Mike Brown here. What did you think of Davion Mitchell last night?
I love the fact that Davion always comes ready to play defense. Just ready and hungry. And you can tell by how low he gets in his squat. He's ready to get after it. And he really lifts the team. It's like they want to match his energy. What I want them to do really is be able to match that energy when he's sitting on the bench. Like just everybody come out that same way. But I like that he didn't show up kind of lackadaisical. It's the first game. We'll see what's going on. He clearly looked hungry. And I think he's now with, new players on the team, he's going to have to find his way offensively. But, I feel like offensively that the Kings have a lot of weapons. What we need to be really concentrating on is obviously using those weapons in a way that's most beneficial, but playing defense. And again, Davion comes with that energy. It's infectious. And when he's on the court, people seem to step up around him. But I'm excited to see how he grows on both ends of the court this year and how well he can kind of be a defensive inspiration. So he was a lot of that last year. I hope he can maintain that this year.
Yeah, I think when I watched Davion last year, it was like his defense was consistent throughout the year. But one night he would score. The next night it was like he almost felt bad that he scored too much. And so he would get like 5 or 6 assists, but not score. And he just kept doing this going back and forth. And so it wasn't until the end of the season when he just got full run of the team that he was consistent with his scoring and his assists both. But I think he's still trying to figure out how he fits in and where he fits in. And I think it's going to be a struggle because, again, I think you could see a point where if he's not firing, if he's not figuring it out, where you could go something like Monk and Terrence Davis off the bench together in a backcourt and move away from him a little bit until he figures it out. His jump shot, like I saw it, I was shocked when we looked at the numbers the other day. He shot 60% from 3 during the preseason. It didn't feel like that. Like everything he's shooting is coming out really high. And I know they worked on that last season to try to get a little more arc on his shot, but now it's coming out too high. Like there's just something that's just a little off with him. And I'm waiting for him to kind of settle into a role and really find his game and become like a viable option. Because even last night, I thought that, the natural thing would be to have him defend Damian Lillard down the stretch, and they used Terrence Davis instead. And to me, that was just an intriguing twist that I didn't see coming. And a lot of it was because he was 1 of 8 from the field. And I think that they were worried that they needed a scorer out there to go with them. And Terrence was, playing a good ball game.
Well, I think that's, figuring out where you need to put players is the coach's job. At that point in the game, they needed Terrence. They couldn't give up. They couldn't have an offensive liability at that point because the game was too close. If Davion can continue to establish himself as a defensive enforcer, we can count on him causing trouble the full length of the court. He can play that role, but he can't be an offensive liability, especially because like Terrence Davis is back. He can, do a lot of things. But I think all players have to just play within themselves. Yes, you want to develop your skills. You want to be able to be relied upon. But if you're known and can be established as this one thing, and it's so necessary and important for the rest of the team to get that from you, that might be okay. But we'll see as the season progresses. I definitely don't want him, throwing up shots and assists just to kind of like say like, I did a lot of different things. That's not it, right? Like do the thing you do well consistently, continue to grow and fill the role that you've been asked to play. And a lot of these players just have to be okay with sometimes not being in the game at that moment because that's not their strength at this point. That's something that Richaun Holmes has had to figure out, right? He's been playing in chaos since he's been around, and that's just something you have to do as an adult, as a professional. And I think Davion understands that, but there's no way he's gonna, relent from really attacking whoever he's playing and coming with that energy. And the Kings need that night in and night out.
They're talking about you in the chat, by the way. Thank God, not because of our questionable dialogue here today. Well, because you're a Yankees fan. And can I point out, I love your social media bit. It took me a minute to catch on to what was happening, but every time the Yankees win, you post a picture of you and your dad, at Yankee Stadium. And I was so confused because you posted the picture and I'm like, yo, they're at the game. That's crazy. That's great. And then it like happened again. And then I looked at it closer. I was like, wait a minute. And realized, oh, that's the bit. When the Yankees win, you post a picture of you and your dad. That's awesome.
Some of it's in the Coliseum. It's not all at Yankee Stadium. But I have to say, I actually post the picture before the game every night. And
I always
you
see
can
it after. I assume it's
by the time you see it, yeah.
I assume it's the celebration.
You can tell that it's over time because of how different my hair looks in every picture and how chubby my cheeks might look. My dad is consistent. He has looked like a 70-year-old.
Yeah, your dad's never aged. Yeah, I've known your dad for a long time. He's never aged.
He stopped at a certain point.
Looks the same.
I'm a gigantic Yankees fan, and there have been some folks who like to point out, they'll say things like, oh, they're not going to win, and the Yankees. I'm like, you're not going to talk me out of being a Yankees fan. It's not going to happen. I'm going to put on this shirt that used to be much bigger fitting and squeeze into it, put on my hat, post a photo, and I'm going to dance around the house when they win. That's just going to happen. And hopefully they win tonight. Houston is an Achilles heel, as was Toronto and Baltimore. For whatever reason, the Yankees have trouble. But I'm hopeful, and you're not going to be able to talk me out of it. Go Yankees.
Kevin Herter wore his Yankees hat to post-game last night. And when he was done talking, I said, this is proof that Kevin Herter's not, in fact, my son, because no son of mine will ever wear a Yankees hat. He would get his – it would not be good.
Not be good.
It would not be good in my house. You don't bring that stuff. He just, like, they're
well,
the
now
evil
I know
empire.
I know what I'm going to wear to your house when you show me your stairs. Every piece of Yankee material that I have, from socks to gloves to beanies.
It's funny. My brother's a Yankees fan, and I actually, in my bar, I do have a lot of like black and whites of former Yankees, like, you know, Babe and Lou Gehrig, Mickey Mantle, Joe DiMaggio, stuff like that. But we're not allowed to wear Yankee stuff in the house.
My dad and I used to go watch the Yankees play the A's on Father's Day every year. There was a year, like 5 or 6 years in a row, they would always be there Father's Day weekend. They've changed the schedule since. But one year, one of the guys who was like the traveling secretary, kind of like Costanza on Seinfeld, that role, he saw my dad in his Reggie Jackson jersey and he gave him a signed ball. Reggie Jackson didn't come out, but he's like, yeah, he's down there. He just want to give it. My dad was like a child. Oh my gosh, I've got this ball. And I was like, put it away, Dad. Put it away. Someone might jump you for it or something. But that is his prized possession. Me and that ball are his prized possession.
There we go.
Well, you have brothers and sisters too. I just feel like I should point that out. I just, for those wondering, she does have brothers and sisters. So
one brother, 2 sisters, but they know what's up. They know my dad.
No doubt. I've seen it. I know. We all know what's up. That's Olivia Christian. The game last night. We'll come back. Brenden Nunes joins us as D'Lo and Casey with James Ham continue here on Sacramento Sports Leader ESPN 1320. Yeah, that was appropriate. That was it. It was just the chatty house has been completely appropriate for the last 20 minutes or so.
We kind of got sideways a little bit.
Was it like wet spot stuff? I haven't looked at
wet
it. I tried
spots, laying the D. Yeah, it was laying the wood.
Laying the wood. Yeah.
Yes, when you said laying the wood, I was like, I know somebody's going to say something about laying the wood.
Oh,
well, that's what they caught, that you smiled when I said that.
Yeah. Sophomore class. Brenden, this is Olivia. Olivia, this is Brenden.
Hey, Olivia, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. Hey, Damien, I just want to say something really quickly. I don't know if you heard Reggie Miller on opening night talking about how everybody does it. Everybody takes cheap shots or swings at people. And people on Twitter are like, what the hell are you talking about? I'm like, this
it took everything I had to just not tweet about Reggie Miller that night. I was like, I'm not doing this anymore. I'm not tweeting about Reggie Miller. Like, it's not like, what am I just screaming at the clouds at this point? Like that. And it was literally the same day we had Coach David Patrick on the air, who was like, yeah, no, that's not a thing. Like, it doesn't happen. And Reggie Miller going out there, oh, it happens with good teams, not the sorry ass teams, because they don't care. Like, no, it doesn't. It does not happen. Reggie, shut up forever. Shut up.
I was worried that Tank was going to message me on Instagram and be like, see, Reggie Miller said it happens all the time. Thankfully, it didn't happen. Nice to see you guys.
Chicago
Go Yankees.
State of Chicago. Bio. Brendy Bear, what's up, man?
Oh, I thought we had an agreement, D'Lo.
Come on, man. It's affectionate.
What's going on here?
Technically, we're not on the air. There's only 324 people watching.
There's only 324 people that might now call you
Who
that.
knows how many thousands will watch it?
They were already calling you that in the chatty house.
Oh, it was spotted. Yeah, it was like, Kings fans got Hawkeyes. They were like, I'm sorry, Brendy Bear?
She called you what?
Okay. By the way, since everybody had fun with the wet spots and laying the wood, could y'all at least hit the thumbs up while you're here?
Yeah.
Sophomore
Brendan,
behavior. We even brought Deuce into the chat with some of those comments. So if we could
Deuce showed up?
Y'all could hit the thumbs up, man. We really appreciate it.
Yeah. Brendan, did you watch Sabonis slip and fall like 6 times on that one possession? I think he hit the floor 3 or 4 times on one possession.
I think I know what you're talking about, and I think someone ended up pointing at the ground and had one of the guys come out and start mopping it up, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. I was sitting next to Jason Quick, who covers the Blazers for The Athletic, and Jason Quick is literally like top 2 or 3 beat writers in the country in my mind. Jason Quick is incredible. And we were watching it like kind of play out and was like, oh, it looks like Nurkic just threw Sabonis down. And then Sabonis like stands up and then goes, whoop, boom, whoop, boom. You're like, holy cow, man, what is happening? Yeah, actually, I really like the Portland guys. They're beat writers. They've got, like, again, Jason Quick, I think is one of the best that there is in the game. And then they have Bill Oram there, who used to cover the Jazz, who moved to LA and is now back in Portland where he grew up. That dude is the funniest. He tells dad jokes the entire game and the entire night. It doesn't stop. And he does it on Twitter. But again, if you're not following Bill Oram, holy cow, that guy is hilarious. Like, I got ice cream and he came up and like we were talking about it afterwards that we got ice cream during the game, and he's like, "Oh, guess you're the only reporter who got a scoop tonight."
Yeah, no, you and Sean. I thought we were a team over here, and I didn't get any of this ice cream. Did you get any of this ice cream, D'Lo?
Offered ice cream. You were offered
only after I pointed out that I was not offered.
So there are people behind me that always go on an ice cream run. Sometimes they offer to go to get me one as well. So it was opening night, so I bought because they keep buying, and so I got an extra one for Sean because he was sitting right next to me.
It wasn't a small ice cream, by the way. These were big ice creams.
Live on the Odyssey app, live on 1320 AM, 98.5 FM, HD2 for those who got electric vehicles or HD radios in the cars. Of course, we're on Twitch and YouTube as well. Enter the chatty house at your own risk. We welcome in Brenden Nunes of the King's Pulse podcast. And of course, James's partner over on the King's Beat, as these two are fussing about their ice cream runs last night. Brenden, we appreciate you for being with us. We'll start generic. Most glaring takeaway from last night's game.
Just that the Kings need to kind of clean up the details. I thought that the turnovers were a big thing for them, and kind of watching it back through a little bit, I want to say they had 16 turnovers, ended with 15 on the night actually, and at least half of those were just really unforced, like dribble, not having a great handle, maybe just slightly a little bit of physicality, and then it went flying and getting back in transition on the other end. I thought was a little bit of an issue. So I thought it was a lot of the details, turnovers, and then offensive rebounds. The Kings want to be a force on the offensive rebounds themselves, and we saw that throughout the course of the preseason. They only ended up with 4 last night, and Portland ended up with 11. And I thought that those were the two big differences.
Yeah, Brendan, like when it came to the physicality, what did you take away from Mike Brown and Kevin Huerter, and who else do we have in post game? Fox. Yeah, like what did you take away when it came to the lack of physicality? Or I don't even want to say the Kings lacked physicality. I think they weren't ready for the physicality of the Blazers a little bit. And do you think that there are adjustments that can be made quickly?
Yeah, I mean, I think that we saw them be pretty physical. We know that that's something that Mike Brown is obviously emphasizing. I thought in postgame what stood out to me, because I know you were asking everybody about that, was Huerter's response mostly, saying that, we've been playing really physical in practice, but there's no refs in practice. So I think that there's a little bit of an adjustment of they were getting a lot of calls really early. Mike Brown highlighted what they had. They had double-digit free throws, Portland that is, in that first quarter. And then it seemed like maybe they were a little bit in their head about this whole one of Mike Brown's 5 staples on defense is being physical without fouling. And I think you just get a little in your head when you start to foul a little bit and then the physicality went away. So I think there's a little bit of adjustment period there, but I think that we're going to see this Kings team be pretty physical, but that definitely was not a strong suit last night.
What was maybe a dumb question, but Kings fans, we've lived through some things. What was the mood like you mentioned, Mike Brown's availability and De'Aaron and Kevin Huerter. What was the mood like post game?
I mean, I wish that it was a little lighter, to be honest. I thought it wasn't all that down or anything, but for Mike Brown to come out and say right away in his opening statement that he didn't recognize the team that was on the floor, I think is pretty telling. So I'd imagine that they heard about it a little bit today in practice and post game during the game as well. So I wish that the mood was a little bit lighter, but I think it was just a lot of like, we have to clean up the little things. I don't know. I thought the energy in the building was good in general. So maybe I was a little bit excited and that was carrying over for me, but it didn't seem super gloomy or anything. Just more of like, we should have won this game and they kind of let it slip away.
Yeah, I think again, Sabonis talked about that specifically. Like, we should have won that game. And do you think that that's a mentality that surprises you? Because let's be honest, the Kings have won 92 games in the last 3 years. Like, should they expect to win any game? Should they think that they should have won any game? And I'm not sure that they've earned that right or that they should feel that way a lot of the time. But it still feels sort of like this team does. They believe that they are good enough to win any game.
I think if you're going into a game not thinking you can win it, you already lost. Like, I think just from a competitive standpoint, my coach is always talking about competitive spirit. And I think this team is talented enough and ideally cohesive enough, that's still kind of TBD, that they can win on any given night. So I think they need to go into every game thinking they could win. And I think when we're hearing about that post game, it just has to do with like they knocked down 17 threes to Portland's 11. They shot better from the field and from 3. And it's just those little details. Like, I think a night when you're shooting the way that you did when it comes to the Kings, that they really should win. And I mean, I don't know where you guys feel, but I think any given night, I know the Kings, another reason this Portland loss really sucks is these next 4 games are going to be really tough with the Clippers, Warriors, Miami, and there's one other one that's slipping my mind in there as well. But really tough stretch of games coming up here. And I don't know that the Kings are going to be favored in any of them, but I feel like any given night that they could come out on top. And I think it's important for everybody to think that and very much believe that Mike Brown thinks he can win any given night.
I kept James Ham out of practice to hang out with me today. So thankfully, we've got Sean Cunningham reporting. Kings rookie Keegan Murray says he had symptoms during his bout with COVID-19, but feeling better after rejoining today for a full practice. His status is uncertain for Saturday's game, but he says he wants to play. He had a goal of playing all 82 games. Well, that's not going to happen, but hopefully he can play 81. How different do you think things will be, Brenden, with Keegan Murray back in the lineup?
I'm not sure about last night's performance. I think that maybe you would have saw less stretches of a stagnant offense. I think specifically like when Fox and Sabonis are out of the game, which I think is something that we're going to see more often than I would have expected coming into the year. But when you're running out a lineup of Davion Mitchell, Malik Monk, Terrence Davis, Trey Lyles, Rashawn Holmes, like you have guys that can score on there, but I think it's a lot easier when you have Keegan in place of Trey Lyles, and he's not somebody that's going to go get his own. So it makes me wonder, I don't exactly know how different last night looks, but I think it's safe to say I think that Keegan is a better contributor than Trey Lyles. And if he's eating those minutes and into some of TD's as well, TD got a lot of run last night. Maybe Keegan is the one that's closing that game instead of a small ball lineup. So for me, Keegan, the big difference is rebounding. I think that the Kings went really small. Like I mentioned, they were running Davion alongside De'Aaron and TD and Kevin Huerter, with Huerter playing at the 4. And I know that Portland doesn't have the biggest lineup themselves, but I think Keegan would have, I don't know how much the offensive flow would have changed, because I think that's more so on the initiators, but I think that rebounding is where that would have been a big plus for them.
You know, the Kings shot 44 threes in this game. And then you put Keegan Murray in that lineup. Are they going to shoot 50? I think we were all kind of surprised following practice the other day when Mike Brown and Jay Triano said they were expecting like 40, 42 threes a game. Like, is there too many threes? Is there a point where you're like, okay, this is too much?
I've been wondering the same thing. I don't know. And I'm curious what your guys' take is on that. I think that it can become too much if you're searching for threes. I think that ideally you're searching for layups, and in the process, you're creating open threes. And in my mind, that's the idea. But I think that 6 or 7 of their first 8 shots were all triples. And then after that, they went away from it for a little while there when the ball kind of stagnated at the end of that first quarter. So I don't really think so. There is probably a line, but I don't think we've seen it so far. I don't know that there'd be that many more triples if Keegan was out there. Like, Trey Lyles got up 7 threes. I don't know how often you're going to see that. Is De'Aaron going to shoot 9 threes every night? I don't know. So I don't know if that number, it's just hard for me to imagine a number like 50 or that much higher than 44, maybe here and there. But what do you guys think about taking that many threes? There were only 2 teams in the league last year that shot 40 plus threes.
Well, what's the balance? That's what, James and I started the show with is, you've got to have some sort of presence inside. Like, there's got to be some sort of threat to score inside, even if it's mid-range, even if it's De'Aaron Fox pulling up from, free throw line or whatever. Like, there has to be a threat of that, because if there's not, at a certain point, teams aren't going to defend it anymore. And they're just going to defend the 3. And then what are you going to do? Like, I feel like you've got to establish something inside, and you have to do it relatively soon before people just like, this is, hey, great job by Monty McNair. Surrounded these, De'Aaron Fox and DeMontis Sabonis with 3-point shooters. De'Aaron shooting the 3 clip pretty well. Okay, let's just take away their 3. Let's just do that and challenge them to score inside, something they haven't done yet this season. So that's something I would be concerned with if this trend continues. I hope they find a way as soon as Saturday to come out and try to establish something on the inside.
Yeah, and just looking at the shots numbers, I mean, the Kings shot more than half their shots were threes. They had 85 field goal attempts, 44 threes. So that's crazy. That's 41 shots that weren't threes, where Portland shot 28 threes, 88 attempts. They had 60.
And they shot similar percentages, I think, from 3.
Yeah, they shot 39.8, just a little bit better, but they only hit 11.
Yeah.
But that's a huge disparity. And I mean, that's why we're seeing 14 more free throws for Portland. I mean, the Kings, again, one of Mike Brown's basic tenets, like defend without fouling. They didn't do that. I mean, they fouled all over the place. And I think like what Olivia was talking about, like they were in the lane a lot. They scored a lot of points in the paint as far as Portland, where they have 55 points in the paint, right? I thought that wasn't about Sabonis. That wasn't about like them attacking the rim because there's not a natural shot blocker. I think it's because people let their guy get to the middle of the key. And that's one of Mike Brown's other tenets. Like, we protect the middle of the court. And the Kings didn't do a good job of that.
Definitely saw that. I think like some guys got backdoor cuts that they were allowing. I think De'Aaron had 1 or 2, and I'm sure that's another thing that gets Mike Brown heated. And I think that's just not being. It's not locked in, because Mike Brown made a point to say that he thought the effort was good. It just wasn't used in the right ways. So I think it's just cleaning up the recognition, the processing speeds, and kind of reaction time on all of these things. And I think a lot of the points in the paint are off of turnovers too. Like, the Kings had a lot of turnovers, man. And I think that's another aspect of the 3-point shot falling, because I think those kick out passes to 3-point shooters are a little bit easier than hitting cutters. And I think there's a handful of times that those turnovers were trying to get maybe into the paint. So I think that really turnovers stood out a lot. And watching them back, I can't even tell you guys how bad they really were. Like it's really just dribbling off of nothing. I think Malik had one that people could probably think back to where I don't even know what ended up happening. He just got a little bit of a tough dribble when he was getting defended at the perimeter, and then he did end up blocking it on the other end, and that was a nice highlight block. But the turnover in the first place was pretty unforced. And
I think that happened to De'Aaron too. De'Aaron had one that he lost. I don't think he blocked the shot, but he came back. Maybe he blocked the first one or he poked it away, and he wound up like stripping it out of, I don't remember who it was, hands, and it, went off out of bounds, and that kind of stopped the play. But it was two strong defensive efforts from De'Aaron after one of those turnovers that you're talking about right there.
Yeah, a couple of his turnovers were just fumbles.
Mm-hmm.
They were just like, wow, like, what are you doing? And I don't know if it was like switching hands. I know a couple of them were going right, which, of course, he typically goes left. But at the top of the key, he fumbled away a couple of balls with his right hand. Just surprising because that, he's a guy who on occasion will have a 7 or 8 turnover game, but he's really more like a 3 turnover game per guy. He's usually pretty solid with the ball, not like a habitual turnover guy that's out of control.
I think it has to do with a lot of isolation last night too. Something else Mike Brown pointed out. And I think in the process of just dribbling a lot, I kind of think they maybe got a little caught up in isolation because De'Aaron was cooking. He was getting them to go down, and maybe you end up settling a little bit there. But one of the other staples, I've been very keyed in on these 5 staples Mike Brown has on offense and defense, and trying to get these into my brain because it seems like he's doing the same for his staff and players as well. And one of his other ones is just making sure that you're taking care of the ball. And I don't think that we've saw that very much from, the 0.5 is what I was getting at, the 0.5 offense. And that's making decisions in 0.5 seconds within time of having the ball, whether that's passing, shooting, if you're going to go do a dribble handoff, if you're going to cut. And those quick decisions were not there last night. Like I think they got caught up a little bit in switching. Portland threw a zone at them that threw them off at the end of that first quarter. And I think just seeing sort of different defenses when more often than not, you were just dealing with more of a straight up man-to-man throughout the preseason. I think that there's an adjustment period to like getting used to a new offense against different types of opposing defenses.
You're listening to D-Lo and KC on KIFM West Sacramento 98.5 FM, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento, ESPN 1320, driven by last year's Elk Grove Dodge, always live on the free Odyssey app. James Ham in for Kenny today. Brenden Nunes of the Kings Pulse and the Kings Beat with us here talking about last night's opening night loss for the Sacramento Kings to the Portland Trailblazers. Anybody surprise you, Brenden? Any performance last night where you're like, oh, wasn't expecting that?
Maybe it's not the most positive, but
you want to say De'Aaron, don't you?
Well, I was going to say De'Aaron. That was the first one that came to mind, but I think that's the obvious one. So I went away from that. I'm actually going to go with Domas. And in a way that I thought he should have been more effective. I mean, for that guy who I think could be a league leader in rebounds per game, I want to say he was 4th last year, about 12 a game. For him to only bring down 4, I think is pretty substantial. And I don't know how much of it is on him compared to on the other guys setting him up. I don't think it's a coincidence that both Domantas Sabonis and Rashawn Holmes have bad games. In my mind, that's the guards not doing a good enough job setting up their bigs. So I thought that Domas could have been better as an individual. I didn't think like there's a lot of moments at the end of that game where he's ISOing Justice Winslow, and it's a credit to Winslow that he's pretty good in switches, but I think Domas should be able to post him up, and getting a little bit more from him, I think would be pretty big for this Kings team.
James, anyone surprise you?
I was surprised that Terrence Davis was so impactful.
Yeah, you were.
Yeah. No, I mean, I like Terrence. Like I just thought that like the numbers game he's up against.
Mm-hmm.
And I thought that like watching Mike use him against Damian Lillard, that told me a lot. That told me that Mike Brown has faith in him,
mm-hmm.
which I didn't know that Mike Brown had that kind of faith in him, because we haven't really seen that we've seen Terrence have some nice moments in training camp.
I was going to say maybe that shows a lot of at least for as Mike feels about Terrence, about what we haven't seen. Like in terms of the stuff that happens during practice that we don't get to watch.
Yeah, totally. And you know, I've said it a couple of times. Like if Malik Monk doesn't like step into the role and thrive in the role as, you know, that guy in the starting lineup, I mean, in the second unit, Terrence Davis come for his minutes.
Yeah.
I mean, that's something that we've known the whole time. And, you know, I like, again, Monk could say, well, I feel more comfortable with Fox but that's just not going to happen. Herter is going to be the starter. And you saw last night why Herter is going to be the starter. He's just a knockdown three. And I think that Monk is a more creative scorer than Herter. But he needs to be creative within the confines of the offense. And it's something that I think Terrence Davis was able to do. He was able to become he's like a mistake prone guy, like prone player. And we've talked about that. Like you can't have too many of those guys on the court at one time, because then you end up having like the Buddy Hield effect, where, you know, you're just making it's not the sheer volume of turnovers. It's the sheer volume of mistakes on both ends of the floor that either cost your teammate or, you know, get somebody else in foul trouble or turnover. You know, there are certain things that you do, but you can't have too many of those guys on the court at one time. And Terrence seems to be able to play within the flow of the offense better than the Monk at this point. And that's just kind of interesting to watch, because I didn't expect it to be the case, even though I do think he's a very talented player.
I got a question for you guys. When Keegan is out there and healthy, who from last night's rotation is seeing less minutes?
I know you want to say Terrence Davis.
Well, I mean, Trey Lyles doesn't play at all.
Yeah, that's Trey was
and that's not me bashing Trey.
Trey was tough last night.
Yeah.
Trey was tough last night. And you know, Brenden, we also had the discussion about the kind of the unique position that KZ Okpala is in. If there's ever a point where he's not starting, is he just completely out of the lineup? Can you use a player like that in defensive spurts if you're not starting the game, right? If the team doesn't start the way you want to defensively, or you run into, you know, something in the third or fourth quarter, and KZ Okpala hasn't been played because Keegan Murray's now the starter or whatever, can you just throw him in there? Like, what is his regular rotation? I don't know. I don't know if he has one.
Yeah, I'll say this too. Like, we want to say that Trey Lyles is going to be, you know, the odd man out, but the guy played 14 minutes, and Keegan Murray's going to play a lot more than 14 minutes. He might play 28 minutes.
Yeah.
He might play 30. By the end of the season, I expect him to play 30 a night.
Yeah.
So it's not just one guy. Like he will consume multiple players' minutes. And, you know, like in the chatty house, people have brought up, well, could it be Rashawn Holmes that loses those minutes?
I feel like that's the other one.
Yeah, it could be him. It could be KZ. It could but somebody's going to lose minutes. And if Terrence is going to be a guy who steals minutes, I mean, first of all, I'm intrigued by that, because it didn't seem like that would be the case. Just because of the way you have four guards and they're going to need to eat minutes at the three as well. But I don't know. It's possible. I mean, again, Harrison Barnes, if he's going to play more like 30, 32 minutes a game versus 34, 35, 35, 36 last year for the Kings, that opens a few more minutes up. And I'm intrigued. I'm intrigued to see how Mike Brown's got tough decisions to make on how he's going to keep guys engaged, but also build out the rotation.
I think if you take the 15, 14 that Lyles played, and then 10 of the 25 that Terrence Davis played, you got about 25 minutes right there for Keegan. And in my mind, that's kind of where it goes. And you don't see those super small lineups where Terrence Davis is out there guarding Jeremy Grant. And I think that's where we saw like those offensive rebounds really kill him at the end of that game.
I wonder how much too is, because Brenden, I said this to James earlier, that I'm not sure that the plan going into last night was, we're going to play Terrence Davis 25 minutes. I'm not sure that was necessarily the idea, as much as it was Mike watching the way Terrence Davis was playing and like, let's ride with this, let's work with this. I wonder if there's a group of guys, Trey Lyles maybe being in that group, perhaps Rashawn Holmes being in that group, Terrence Davis being in that group, where you're getting minutes. Those guys are playing. They're not getting DMPs. But does their play time depend on what's happening that game? Like last night, that was TD. That was Terrence Davis's game. But his Saturday night's game, Trey Lyles hits 3 or 4 threes. He scores down low a little bit. Is it, hey, Rashawn has 9 rebounds, in his limited minutes. Does it become something where guys' minutes fluctuate depending on how they're playing in the game, which is absolutely what I think happened with Terrence Davis last night?
I think so. I think it's an interesting coaching philosophy thing, right? That's going to fluctuate with every coach. I think it's a question everybody asks of, do you ride the hot hand or do you stick with what your most reliable starters are? And I think right now, while this 4 spot still seems to be up in the air, I know that Keegan Murray seems like the obvious option. But with that still being up in the air, I think that we will kind of see it rotate. Mike Brown has talked about he wants to make sure guys get run throughout the course of the regular season to keep them engaged. And I don't think that's just talking garbage time minutes. And one of the other things that stood out to me in yesterday's postgame was Herter, who obviously was on one last night, 6 of 9 from 3. He was talking about how he had the hot hand that night, but he feels like if somebody has a hot hand, that they should be feeding it, and that it was him that night, but it could be anybody else tomorrow night. It could be TD, it could be HB, it could be Malik. There's a handful of guys that it could be on this team. And he said, whenever it's their night, we should be feeding them also. So, it might be different when it's Terrence Davis or Malik Monk, and that means that he's sitting on the bench at the end of the game. We'll see if he still keeps that same mindset. I think that's when that gets tricky. But I thought it was pretty notable that Kevin Herter came out and said, like, if someone's got a hot hand, I think we should ride it.
I'll say this too. Just like looking at the way that the minutes just distributions went, like late in the game, like Casey Okpala didn't play in the fourth quarter. And that tells you a lot, because that tells you that like that's going to be Keegan's spot. Like there's a good chance that's going to be Keegan's spot. And I also thought that he went away from Harrison Barnes and didn't come back to Harrison Barnes until it was really late. It was almost like he was searching for 3-point shooters late in the game and didn't even use Barnes at all in that capacity. I mean, we've seen Barnes like put up a ton of threes in the past, and he's been very effective in that situation. And, he played a lot of guys in the fourth quarter. I didn't expect to look at the box and see that 9 guys played in the fourth quarter. And, of course, you're going to have to make adjustments when Sabonis fouls out and stuff. But like I would have liked to have seen like a winning, like go for the win lineup late in the game and, start to see an established group. And again, I think that's partially because Keegan was out, and we'll see Keegan slide into that at some point.
Brenden Nunes, the King's Pulse and the King's Beat. Off the record, King's Beat happy hour. Brenden always gets a little comfortable on these happy hours. You got to become a premium subscriber to get the real comfortable Brenden Nunes. You got to go to thekingsbeat.com and become a premium subscriber to be a part of tonight's Off the Record happy hour with Brenden and James and Sean and their guest, Katie Christensen. Brenden, we appreciate you so much, my man. We'll be back with more D-Lo and KC with James Ham here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Great stuff, Brenden.
Yeah, good stuff.
Thank you, guys. Thank you.
Come and go get some water.
I'm saying you didn't go to practice, right?
I did, and sat there for an hour and a half and then left before they let me in.
An hour and a half. So they did a 1:30.
11:30, and then I got out of there at 1 to make it back here. Yeah.
Jeez.
And right before I was on the way out, Avery's like, "Oh, they're in their last rotation, and then we're gonna get you in there." Well, too late now.
I mean, we all knew they were going to do film study.
Yeah, and he said he thinks we're gonna have something tomorrow too.
Yeah, I assume we'd have practice on Friday. A lot of coaches, though, they're a little leery on practicing around back-to-backs.
Well, yeah, you're playing a game, practicing 2 in a row, and then back-to-back games. Like that sounds like a lot to me.
Yeah, I mean, they will need rest at some point, but right now they've got to figure some stuff out. Yeah, some interesting stuff from the box, man. I didn't like how easy it was for Josh Hart to get in the key. He's the one guy that I really thought was super impactful in that game. I mean, you're going to get your points out of your standard dudes, out of Jeremy Grant, out of Dame and Simons and stuff like that. But it was the minutes that Hart played where, 19 points, man. I thought he was good. I like him as a player.
He was really good. I mean, I think it's like also just a pretty good sign for Portland that a night where Simons and Lillard are not getting it to go down, that they still put up a good performance. Like Hart and Grant are two really good complementary guys. I think Sacramento would like both of those guys, but yeah, I think Hart played really well. The 13 free throws for Jeremy Grant's a killer. You can't let Dame Lillard get 3 offensive rebounds, and Winslow got 3 as well. That's a little more expected, but Dame getting 3 is tough.
Yeah, I mean, and Winslow is not a guy who typically can shoot from 3. I thought the Kings, like, you look at the 3 of 10 from Simons and the 1 of 8 from Lillard from 3. I thought the Kings defended those well. I didn't think that's not like a surprise to me. It's not some mystical question as to why those guys struggled from 3. And I'll even take that. Like, the Kings starting backcourt outplayed their backcourt like by a ton.
Yeah.
And, you know, they were just a lot more effective. I think the outside of Fox's turnovers, like, you would give them like a way higher grade than what we saw from Portland's. It's just, you know, you can't have Jeremy Grant. He did take advantage of smaller players, and the Kings need to figure out how to, you know, I think even a guy like Keegan Murray, I think he can defend Josh Hart, and then he's got the length to block him in some of those situations, even when Hart gets into your body.
Yeah. And HB was just totally MIA. Like, yeah.
Ooh.
And he got cooked on that last possession guarding Jeremy Grant. It was that and one when I think Portland was up 2 at that point, like a minute left. But yeah.
Like, before that, I didn't think he was having a bad game. I didn't think he needed to shoot because other guys were hot. And then, you know, like, the 9 points didn't seem like that big of a deal because he had 8 rebounds. I thought he was rebounding really well, and the 4 assists was fine. Yeah, it was just like, you can't let a dude like that get into your body especially if you have a size advantage.
Right.
Sweet.
All right, guys. Well, I appreciate you.
I appreciate you, man. Thanks for hanging out with us.
Of course, anytime.
You and Jemias there. Have a good day.
Oh, yeah, will do. All right,
Right
I'll
on,
talk
B.
to you later.
Thanks,
Bye, guys.
buddy. That's good stuff, man. He's gotten really good.
Yeah.
It's gotten really, really good.
Yeah.
Hit the thumbs up while you're here. Still a sale going on D'Lo and KC .com, by the way. 20% off. Use the promo code playoffs. I got that sample merch in. Mwah. On 1. I was like 1 of 3. But the 1 is perfect. Like, that's the shirt we're going to use. So I'm going to make all of those shirts tonight and have them up on the website. No, but I've changed all of them over because I got the sample of the other hoodie and I didn't like it. So all of the hoodies now are this one.
I like that one.
Yeah, I ordered a different one. It was going to be a little bit lighter, but it had a really different feel and I didn't like it. So I'm like, we're sticking with this same brand.
Yeah, we gotta do some stuff shirts wise for the Kings beat. Just have too many other things on my mind.
It's hard, but I find, like, you do it and just talk about it, and that's where we kind of fall. It's like we promote it once. Like, we had a huge first day, and it's like, all right, we gotta keep going. We can't, like, let it die. All weekend. We're gonna keep it going all weekend. Yeah, nice. 20% stays up all weekend long. So it'll end at like Sunday at 11:59 p.m. or something like that.
People were asking earlier about. I don't really live in Auburn. I live above Auburn. I live between Auburn and Grass Valley.
It is warm out here, Rory, but it's chilly in our building.
That's why I keep yawning. If you
go ahead, you can finish that thought. That's what we do. Yeah, we're back.
Yeah, I keep yawning because when the temperature changes and I get the chills and like, yeah. I'm glad I wore a hoodie today.
We keep being in studio has completely changed the way we dress. Like we bundle up here in the studio, and you find the longer you sit here, the chillier it gets. But that's absolutely. I would rather be sitting here in a hoodie than sitting here sweating.
Yeah.
Because the first day I was nervous. I was worried things were going to go wrong. This thing next to me was emulating all sorts of heat. And I was just turn the air, turn it lower, get it in the 60s. I was demanding more. One guy, I came in on the tail end of a conversation that you and Brenden were having there during that commercial break. One guy we have not talked about, I don't think we've mentioned his name at all, at least live on the air, is Jeremy Grant. Jeremy Grant was really good last night. And he's a guy who he was tied to Sacramento for so long.
He was available for free. I mean, they gave up a second-round pick for him.
He was available. I mean, essentially, it was salary cap space, right? That's what this all boiled down to, was salary cap space.
Yeah, and that's where Portland won out. I don't know if the Kings were in that discussion or not, but Portland won
They didn't
out.
have the room.
Well, the Kings could have put a package together, but they had a trade exception.
Yeah, Detroit didn't want anything.
Yeah.
Right? They didn't want to take money back.
Yeah, actually, I think what they had Eric Bledsoe. See, Eric Bledsoe could be our point guard. Eric Bledsoe's not in the league. Interesting.
And by our point guard, to tell everyone just tuning in who you're referring to.
Yeah, on the what do we call them?
The Auburn Destroyers.
The Auburn Destroyers.
The fictitious Auburn Destroyers, where James is fielding a team with all of the guys who are out of the league
Eric
right now.
Bledsoe. He'll be my point guard with Isaiah Thomas.
Some Hall of Famers on that team. Dwight Howard, Carmelo Anthony.
DeMarcus Cousins.
Wow. DeMarcus a Hall of Famer?
DeMarcus Cousins. No, he should have been.
He was projecting.
Yeah, I've told you that. Like my first one-on-one interview ever when I first started doing this in 2010. That was my first season. It was DeMarcus' first season.
Mm-hmm.
And I asked for a one-on-one. They said, okay, who do you want? I said, let me think about that. I got back to him the next day. I said, I'll take DeMarcus. Because a friend of mine said, hey, interview Cousins. And I'm like, oh man, that's like complex. That's not some lower division college course there. That's some sophisticated stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So I got Cousins. We sat down for about 10 minutes and I asked him, I said, where are you going to be in, I said, where are you going to be in 5 years?
Mm-hmm.
He said, an all-star. I said, where are you going to be in 10 years? He said, best big man in the game. I said, are you going to be an all-star? He goes, oh yeah. I said, are you going to be a Hall of Famer? He said, that's the plan. And
he hit two of them.
Yeah, I think like if it weren't for the injuries, like he would have had a shot, but it would have been an outside shot because, like there are guys that have been in the league that are like him that haven't made the Hall of Fame because of their personality, quirks. And, like Derek Coleman is a guy who comes to mind who was incredible. Like you look at Derek Coleman stats, you're like, holy cow, how in the world are some of these other guys in the Hall of Fame and he's not? And he didn't win, but also a lot of it came down to personality.
This came up yesterday, and I as you're saying that, it reminds me. We talked about how Kareem Abdul-Jabbar is probably the most disrespected player in these greatest ever conversations because there's a very clear argument that Kareem Abdul-Jabbar could be the greatest player to ever live. Part of, I think, the reason that happens is because he has those personality quirks that you talk about. He was essentially ostracized from the league for a really long time post-retirement. He was not like he was not a friendly, like lovable. He wasn't Bill Russell. He was very standoffish. He was very short with people. And he didn't really endear himself to a lot of people. And it's why he was away from the game for so long. And I think that's part of the reason he's often left out of some of these conversations is because we didn't grow up seeing him as much as like you can't turn anything on, and rightfully so. You can't turn anything on without seeing Bill Russell. It was easy to turn basketball on and not see Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. You've seen him a lot more recently, but there was a long stretch of time where he wasn't a part of the league.
Yeah, I think it's interesting. Like even you bring up Bill Russell, and Bill Russell was gruff and like he wasn't 100% like accessible, but that wasn't like what defined him. Where Kareem and DeMarcus and Derek Coleman it really defined how people perceive them while
Yeah.
they're players. And, like some of the time I think like with DeMarcus, like he's not a bad guy. Like if you talk to DeMarcus, he's not a bad guy. It's that he has some things that are like, that he could work on, that he needs work on, that could help him be perceived differently, and the way that he handles people and the way that he treats others and stuff. I think when it comes to Kareem just like chose a hard line that like he didn't care and he wasn't gonna care. He wasn't gonna play anyone's game.
Yeah.
And you all can F off.
Mhm.
Like I'm not playing your game. And I'm not saying that you have to play the media's game, but you have to at least be part of the community. Like when I walk into a locker room, like if like I'm part of their world and I understand that, but like I'm accessible, they're accessible, like we can say hello to each other, we can be cordial and stuff.
Yeah.
And I think that that's where Kareem
But
sort
it
of
wasn't
chose
just
not to.
it wasn't just the league though, or it wasn't just the media. It was the league too. Like I think he had like interactions like with coaches and assistant and just league office people. And I mean, there's been stuff written about his relationship with David Stern and those types of things. So, but yeah, it's interesting. But that didn't define him as a player. That kind of brewed more post retirement rather than as he was, a Laker, as he was winning championships or scoring titles or whatever. That's something that's a reputation that I think he gained after retirement.
Yeah, but I don't think he was accessible before that.
Sure. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, I don't think he was ever truly like accessible, and he chose not to participate in a lot of things. And I think that that's a problem. Like I never had a problem with DeMarcus like participating. If I wanted to go talk to DeMarcus Cousins, I'll go talk to him.
Mm-hmm.
Like, and we had many off the record conversations like about life, but also just like he was always confused by how he got technicals, or I'm like, did I deserve a tech right there? And I'm like, I didn't think you deserved a tech on that play, but the previous like 7 plays, I thought you were like about to get a tech at any moment. So what you did there was just like, it's what happens when you set yourself up. And like on the court, he had problems when it came to like controlling his temper or like his overall behavior. And so it didn't help that his, like, again, he hates when people talk about this, but like DeMarcus Cousins' facial expressions, like sell him out. Like, if ever there were like a poker game and like high stakes poker, like go ahead. I want to play next to DeMarcus Cousins. Like he can't hide it. And that like it always sold him out, how his anger or his frustration or his.
I think that's why I like DeMarcus, because I can absolutely relate to that. I can't fake my way through stuff.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's though it's not faking your way through. I mean, I think like if you grew up going to church, not to drop an F-bomb in church, right? You got to have church mouth, and like there is a way that you have to like everyone has to play by a specific set of rules in life, that you can't just do this or that. And like DeMarcus never wanted to play by any of those rules, and he wanted to do it his way. And he always said that. And I kept telling him, like, your way at 19 and your way at 21 and your way at 30 are all different ways, because you grow and but he was very always set in his mind that I'm going to do it my way. And it's like, okay, that's fine, but you're not making any friends along the way. And maybe you don't need friends, and that's fine. But also like you do, because at the end of the day, all-star games and Hall of Fame votes and all that stuff, that comes with relationships that you've built. And a lot of that wasn't, something that DeMarcus was willing to do. Although, like, again, he's fine with me. He's like, Mark Spears walks in the room, Sam Amick, like DeMarcus is fine with all of us. It's just that I don't think he's fine with everybody in their circle.
I thought DeMarcus would be playing for the team that the Kings are playing on Saturday. That's absolutely who I thought would sign him. I still think it makes sense for the Clippers to sign him. Maybe he's done. Maybe he doesn't want to play.
Oh, that's not the case.
I don't think that it is either.
No, he wants to play.
I don't think that it is either. I thought the Clippers were the perfect fit for him. A need, don't have to do too much. Good squad. Like I thought it worked, but here we are headed into. Is this the Clippers' first game tonight against the Lakers? I don't think they've played yet because they obviously didn't play Tuesday. They didn't play last night. So it's the Clippers and the Lakers tonight on TNT.
That's going to be a first game.
So they got their first game tonight. And then I saw the clip finally. I didn't realize Deuce and Mo did double duty and did they did night chat last night. They did a podcast this morning with Sam Amick on it. And Sam said, don't be surprised if Kawhi Leonard doesn't play Saturday. So he's going to play tonight. At least they're running videos for his return tonight, with the idea being perhaps there's, we're watching this load management process here pretty early in the season.
Yeah, he's one of the strangest superstars we've ever had, right? Kawhi. Like, you just don't know. You don't know what to make of him, like, personality-wise.
I really think what happened in San Antonio, I'm not going to use the word scarred. I'll use it in a way I would talk. I really think what happened in San Antonio pissed him off. He felt like he was in. It's no one's position to tell you you're injured if you don't feel right. Like, look, something's wrong. I don't feel right. He was buried by the organization. He was buried by teammates publicly by name repeatedly as they got closer and closer to the playoffs. And I can absolutely understand why that pisses him off, and him thinking these dudes are trying to rush me back. These two dudes are trying to get me out there because they're concerned about a title. I'm concerned about my well-being. I'm concerned about my health. When he got to Toronto, he told Toronto right out the gate, my number one concern is my long-term well-being. If you can't handle that, then we've got to figure something else out here. And they're like, we will do whatever we have to do to make sure you're as healthy as possible to take us as far as possible. We know how the Toronto story ended. He goes to Los Angeles. The edict was exactly the same in Los Angeles. My number one priority is my long-term health. If you have an issue with that, don't sign me. But that's my concern. And Toronto went along with it. LA went along with it. I honest to God think what happened in San Antonio scarred him.
Yeah, I mean, it goes back to we've all, if you've played sports, it's like, are you injured or are you hurt? And I think he gets caught up in that because I still don't know what the true injury was.
How do you define that though? Like, because I think there's
no, it's a good question.
I think there is there a third category? Like, there's injury, this hurt. Like, you could point to that. You could point to injuries and you can point to what hurts. But can you define, something's wrong. Like, I feel something's wrong. Yeah. I'm trying to explain it to you. You're telling me there's nothing structural there. We've come up like injuries that non-surgical injuries are like the worst. You tear your ACL, we know how to fix that. Those scary tibula fractures, you know how to fix that. As long as you don't have like Alex Smith situations, you know how to fix that. It's easy. Put it together, it heals, boom, you're ready to play. It's those non-surgical things where nothing's torn or broken. Yeah, you take about 4 weeks. You need 4 weeks of rest. With all due respect to doctors, you're throwing something at a dartboard. Like, let's see if it works. Like, I don't know. That's why you had so many guys. That's why Lonzo Ball had surgery like a couple of weeks ago, because they tried a method that didn't work. And then it's like, well, that didn't work. We've got to try something else. Well, what is it? Surgery. It's the only other thing we could do.
Yeah, it's interesting because his dragged on so long. It wasn't just like, hey, there's something going on. I mean, that thing, like, he was cleared medically for months and months. So, and I'll even tell you, like, when you talk about non-surgical things, like, we had an issue when my son was playing competitive soccer and he pulled his groin, or at least we thought he pulled his groin. So we sat him, and then we gave him like 3 weeks. The groin felt okay. He got back on the field, couldn't stop. He's like, I can't stop at all. I can get up to speed. I can't stop. So there's something wrong. And so we kept like waiting and waiting for it to heal. And finally, like, he played through a tournament and he was just hurting all over the place. But we took him to a physical therapist and they said, okay, he didn't pull his groin, but he's overdeveloped his quads and his his groin is getting pulled into his hip socket because he's over, like his quads are so huge from playing soccer forever that it's actually grabbing his groin muscle and pulling it into the hip socket.
This just sounds awful.
Well, that's what the pain was. So it wasn't a pulled groin the whole time. And if we would have known, so it was something as basic as firing his glutes, working on his hamstrings, rebalancing his leg, and boom, the pain went away and he was fine. But so that's where, like,
but you have to find a doctor who's willing to diagnose that and figure out, like, because so many doctors now, especially in professional sports, will tell you, oh, let's do a scope, put the little camera in there with a little vacuum and we'll go clean everything up. And like, we went through a time when I was representing Kara Lawson in Connecticut, and she had a knee problem. Well, there's structurally nothing wrong with it. Yeah, but it, like, she's in pain. Like,
something's
she
wrong.
Can't get like, well, I don't know what to tell you. Like, she could get out there and play. Bro, she can't get out of bed. Like, what are you talking about?
Yeah.
No, she can't play. It wasn't until we met the Boston Celtics team doctor who examined it, talked to her for 30 minutes, was like, okay, I think we can pinpoint this. And it was almost what you just described there. You have weakened muscles that's causing some things in your knee to be off track. Structurally, there's nothing to go in there and fix. There's no vacuum you need to go in there and clean up. But you need to do certain things with your lower body that you're not doing right now. And until you do those, it was like an 8-week process. When that 8-week process was over, she was back to playing basketball. But the answer is so often surgery, scope. Oh, that's a procedure. That's not even a surgery at this point. And I don't know how we got here, but here we are talking about injuries.
Well, even like the procedure versus a surgery thing, that's not a team. That's an agent that they want it labeled a specific way in a lot of situations. They don't want a quote unquote surgery on another knee surgery. They want it called a procedure, and they're trying to protect their player and change the value. So again, like there are things that can go wrong in the human body that, like what you're saying, it's not always surgery, and like the dynamics of, but most of the time these training staffs are incredible. They know what's going on. And I think we get caught up that, like, if a guy tears his ACL, we all know he's out for a year. Like there's very rare cases where guys can get back in 9 months. But like we have all of these like standardized things that we think of when it comes to like a grade 3 ankle sprain. Okay, he's out 3 months. A grade 2, he's out, 8 to 10 weeks. So there's all these things that like you start to like.
But then you have Isaiah Thomas situations.
Yeah.
Where you still look at that like, what the hell happened there?
How did that happen?
How did we get here?
How did a 29-year-old guy need hip surgery?
And how did no one catch it?
Yeah.
Or how did everyone look past it? And that's the one I lean towards too. I don't believe anyone missed anything. I believe they allowed, because that, and this is where you hear, and this is where the football stuff comes into play. Sometimes you have to step in. Yeah. Isaiah Thomas is as tough as they come. Sometimes you've got to step in. Oh, dog.
I agree.
Do it, man.
Yeah.
Can't do it. We've got to figure out what's going on here, because the consequences for Isaiah being tough, the consequences for Isaiah being a gamer
out of the league,
we're witnessing right now.
Yeah.
We've done the math on how much money DeMarcus Cousins has lost. Isaiah Thomas can't be far behind.
Yeah. It's a change in mentality that like as we're bringing kids up through, like I know a lot of people they're like, hey man, they need to go out there and play, or, hey, you got to fight through it. Or, hey, if you have a problem with a coach, it's really about the player. It's not, like, things are changing, and you have to change with the times, and you've got to listen. And especially you got to make sure that kids are listening to their bodies and the players are listening to their bodies. I don't want to see the Tua situation ever again. Like
Tua said he was uncut. Tua said he can't even remember what happened.
Yeah. It's crazy.
It's awful. We started this conversation by talking about Jeremy Grant. I'm still not quite sure how we got.
How did we get to Jeremy?
I have no clue. We were talking about how well Jeremy Grant was playing. or how well he played last night. Oh, and then the trade exceptions. Oh, Eric Bledsoe, Auburn Destroyers, DeMarcus Cousins, injuries. Boom.
Boom. There it is. Good thread. Yeah, Jeremy Grant. You know, I wasn't even that impressed with what was happening. He was just in the middle of the key and kept trying to go up and over the top of guys, like very uncoordinated looking and scoring, and then getting the and ones.
In all of our time analyzing it, I forgot they made that move to get him. Completely forgot.
Oh yeah,
it's just slid. Because I was thinking about Anthony Simons. I had a conversation. Matt George will be with us in about 30 minutes. Had a conversation with Matt George about Anthony Simons before the game. The Yusuf Nurkic thing. I was so really brought Yusuf Nurkic back for $70 million. Like, okay, y'all have picked the direction here. Let's see what happens with that. And then you brought up Josh Hart. I was looking forward to seeing Shaden Sharp. I didn't factor in Jeremy Grant at all in any of my thoughts about the Trailblazers.
Yeah. I mean, I always said, like, I would have liked to have had Jeremy Grant on the Kings, but he couldn't be like, that couldn't be it.
Yeah.
Like you couldn't give up the number 4 pick for Jeremy Grant.
Right.
Like, he's a nice player to have, but at 29 and he wants a big contract extension, like, that doesn't work.
Mm-hmm.
Like, if you're going to spend your money, you have to spend it wisely. And I know, like, we got a little bit in that discussion the other day with the chatty house where people are like, oh, the Kings have, they're still bottom 10 in payrolls. Like, yeah, but you have to make smart decisions. You can't bring in a guy like Jeremy Grant, pay him a bunch of money, and then like have to worry about the Sabonis situation coming up, and have to worry about, when is Keegan. You have to manage all of these things, and not everybody has $450 million to spend on their salary / luxury tax like the Warriors do or the Clippers do. I mean, Vivek is wealthy. He doesn't have Ballmer money, and he also isn't in a community where he can make that money.
Well, Vivek is wealthy. He may not have Ballmer money. He also doesn't have Ballmer players. It's one thing to play $450 million if Paul George is here, or if Keegan Murray becomes Paul George, or you've got the equivalent of Kawhi Leonard here. Like, then, hey.
Yeah, I mean, they proved
Vivek can get in the pocket
with De'Aaron. They proved it. Like, he has no problems doing it. But tell me that there's a player that deserves that kind of money. And like, you did invest heavily. Like, Kevin Huerter in year 4 will make $19 million. Like, Kevin Huerter's not an inexpensive player. You did bring in a guy on a 4-year, $65 million deal. You basically signed an equivalent, a very close to equivalent contract that you would have signed with Bogdan Bogdanovic, and they didn't pass on Bogdan because of the money. They passed on Bogdan because they didn't want to run it back with Vladdy's team.
Yeah.
And I get it. So yeah, it takes a little while to build up stuff.
Matt George in 30 minutes. We'll come back. We'll talk more Kings basketball. We'll also take a look at some of the other things that happened around the National Basketball Association when we return here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Yeah, Sean Sladek, Sabonis is about to get paid. He'll get paid in 2 years. And I'll even say that, like, people talk about the arena. People, like, the Kings lost $100 million in the first 3 months of the pandemic. Like, it was that much. They lost that much money that quickly. And I assume that they've lost, over the course of the pandemic, they probably lost 400 or 500 million. I mean, you're talking about no concerts, no all that stuff that happens at the arena. Like, those are setbacks. It's good that Vivek has diversified and been able to make a bunch of money doing other things. Because if not, this thing could have got pretty grim pretty quickly. You built that beautiful hotel and no one can go leave their house and stay in a hotel. Like, that's not a good thing. David, that lost or not made as much. No, like, when the arena is empty for a year and just sitting there, you're not making any money. So do the Kings still make money? Because they get, I think it's 90 or 100 million from the NBA for TV money. And then they get another 30 plus from NBC. Yeah. So their player salaries are square, right? Maybe they owe a little bit. Maybe they owe like $18 million or something in player salary. I think this year they're at like 137. But what about all the other people that work for the Kings? And what about all the power bills and the like millions of things that you have to pay for when you own a gigantic arena in downtown? You still have to pay those things. You know, you still have to pay garbage. You still have to pay security. You still have to, there are so many things that go into running a building full time. And when it just closes down for 2 years, yeah. My son played for someone asking what soccer club my son. He played for a team up in Grass Valley for a long time. He tried one of the teams down the hill and had a horrendous experience because of a coach. Horrendous experience, and almost killed his love for the game of soccer, which was horrible to watch. And now he's going to be an assistant coach for a high school team.
Stockton Brian, you need a hug, man. Here, buddy. Stockton Brian 209. Bring it in, pal. Come on. Bring it in. Come on, man. Your son had a Westbrook experience, but I love John Bull.
No, John. My son had a coach that couldn't connect with his kids at all and wasn't interested in connecting.
Oh, that's terrible.
Yeah, and it was not fun. It was not fun to watch at all.
Hit the thumbs up, guys. I think we're approaching 200. Oh, we should be past 200.
I was going to bring in a poster. Can we bring in stuff or no? Are we still not at bringing in stuff stage?
I don't know what we're doing, man. I'll ask Jonathan what we could do, because this is ridiculous.
I got a cool Cousins thing I'll bring in.
Wonder if I could get the dope ones to make art that fits that. I don't know what those dimensions are. It doesn't have to be like all of it. Just instead of the 40 by 40s out there, make them a little bit longer and just put them on these 3 tiles or something.
Because they're noise dampening, and even make it so you can pop them off if someone else is in here.
Right. Yeah.
Or doesn't like it. Yeah. Yeah, I've got something I can bring in. We'll have to block.
Yeah, we got to DeMarcus. I think we're getting like station specific stuff put together. I think we're doing something with DeMarcus, Chris Webber. Like, we didn't want to do current Kings.
Like interviews?
No. I'm talking about like artwork, like stuff to put around the building.
Oh.
We didn't want to do current players because we were like, I don't want to, like, I don't know how long they'll be here. So let's just stick with stuff that'll last forever. Yeah, it wasn't good.
Francisco was? Jason Thompson.
Yeah, Francisco, Jason Thompson were. But I think Francisco had him by days. It was something weird.
Okay, but he has fewer games played because of his catastrophic arm injury.
Yeah,
that was nuts.
Mm-hmm.
I think that was a compound fracture. That's funny. He was an interesting guy to cover. He was the godfather in the locker room.
Francisco?
Yes. It was his locker room. Very, very interesting dude. I found him to be very nice, but very straightforward. And it was his locker room. He had a thumb on everybody. Like, not in a negative way. Like, he was the guy in the middle of the locker room, like Rudy Gay was. So you got the young guys on one side, the veterans on the other, and he's right smack dab in the middle.
Miss P, it won't be, but DeMarcus related. We'll see what we could do for you. I'll hit up the dope ones today.
Stockton Brian, what do you mean you can confirm teams had a no Cousins policy?
Stockton Brian's having a tough 20 minutes here.
I'm not sure why you're all caps in my name. Don't yell at me. Don't yell at me, Stockton Brian.
I ain't gonna say nothing about Stockton Bryant because he might look like King Boss. So this is one of them 20-minute commercial breaks, huh? Man.
Oh,
it's 250. Jesus. No. Goodness gracious. Well, at least not that it matters. That's crazy. Yeah, that was wild.
The could have said what? Oh, damn.
And the domino effect of that for the Boston Celtics was pretty extraordinary.
Brian, there are teams that don't want DeMarcus Cousins because of his attitude. It is what it is.
One of the longest running traditions in sports talk radio in Sacramento is, man, James, there's just nothing to talk about. That's okay. Just mention DeMarcus Cousins' name and everyone will have a take. We mentioned DeMarcus's name in just like a part of a conversation we were having. Boy, that sparked the chatty house to get going on. I don't know that there will ever be a more polarizing player in this city than DeMarcus Cousins.
No way. I mean, like if there ever was, it'd be like Ron Artest, and he was out on center court ringing the bell last night.
Yeah. But that is like there was a perception of Ron before he got here, but I feel like that perception had already started to go away. But maybe it helped get eliminated.
No, because here he had two situations. He had the situation with his dogs.
Yeah, but they were different.
And he had the situation where frying pan to the car at his house.
Yeah, I remember both of those situations.
Yeah, so I'm not sure that
those weren't the same as previous situations.
No. No, and I also think that like once a player like gets known for that, then there comes a point where unless they escalate that and it becomes like even bigger and bigger, they get to a point where they can't get any bigger.
Yeah.
So, and I'll say this, like I've said this before, but like by the time we got to the end of the DeMarcus Cousins era, I fully felt like we had Stockholm syndrome, like here in Sacramento. And I know that sounds kind of weird, but
yeah, you've said that before. I do.
Like,
I don't know. You were closer to it than I.
I mean, like I didn't mind him, but we got to the end of like when he was traded, like so many things had happened in that season alone.
Mm-hmm.
And we kept saying, oh man, he's been so much better. He's been so much better. He had 15 technicals. He had been suspended for yelling profanity at a Warriors fan outside of Vivek's personal thing.
Probably deserved it.
He had got in 3 fights with the media.
No,
3 different member
you
media.
Just need to fight media members.
He had gone to a bar with another member of the Kings and got into a bar fight.
It was Matt Barnes. We all know it was Matt Barnes.
We all know it's Matt Barnes. Yeah. So what I'm saying is that like if you took another player in the league and you looked at them, like how many players in the league have 15 technicals in their entire career? And he had it before February. You know, how many players have been suspended or fined $50,000 by their own team, or like there were so many things and we kept saying he's better. How many players do you know that have had major run-ins with a media member, but how about 3 of them in one season?
I had major run-ins with a media member last night.
Uh-oh.
See, and I've cussed out a Warriors fan. This all happened within the last like 3 days. That's all right. That's no big deal. It's no big deal.
I just felt like when we took a step back as the people that covered the team, it was like, okay, we probably like should have taken a step back before. And I like that he's been able to recover. And like the last time I saw him, like he came through last year with Denver. I went over and said hi, got a big hug like I do every time I see him. I ran into him at Starbucks downtown like a couple of months ago.
Yeah.
And it's the same thing. Like I walked up, hey, what's up, big boy? And he gives me a big hug. How's everything going? We talk about all kinds of things. And like, I don't, but there's a difference between having to work with him and having to have him in the locker room and travel with him all the time. And the ebbs and flows and have him lose all the time. Unfortunately, those things took a toll on him.
I was kidding, by the way. I looked over at the chat house. I was like, oh, no, I was kidding. I did not get into any confrontations. I was confrontation free last night. I did not get into any confrontation. I didn't get any confrontations with Cole or Leezy or certainly any media members. It was all up. I was kidding. I was just trying to back DeMarcus Cousins there. I hope DeMarcus comes back the same way Ron and it's like, who the hell is that ringing? Oh, that's Brad Miller. That's Brad Miller's appearance here at the Golden One Center.
Yeah, that was wild. And Barry Bonds.
Yeah, that was and the Bachelor guy and Jackie Christie was courtside.
Oh yeah, Jackie was there.
It was
I like Jackie.
Jackie probably deserves a little more credit than she gets for what she created. Like she created like a genre of television.
Oh yeah, the Basketball Wives. It's still going. Like
it's crazy.
I remember it was a few years ago. Doug and I were down in the Bay Area. We were talking about this, and they were almost to like 100 shows. And when you get to 100 shows, then you can be syndicated, and then you
That's
can
a game changer.
Then you can make the real money because then it's like residual money that comes in forever. And of course, that was years ago, and they're still doing it.
Yeah.
Still doing it. It's crazy. She's always been very, very nice to me. So like whether it was, you know, like before I knew Doug or even after, you know, she's always been nice.
You know who else is nice? Paolo Banchero is nice, man.
He's nice.
Before we'll get back to the Kings here in just a heartbeat, but if you missed out on Paolo's debut last night, if I understand this correctly, 27-9-5. It's the first 25-5 debut since Arco Arena.
LeBron James.
Yeah, it was LeBron James.
Yeah.
Against the Sacramento Kings.
Yeah.
But yeah, 27-9-5. I mean, God bless him. R.I.P. I think Corey Joseph died last night. Paolo got him. It was uncalled for to start the season that way. But Corey Joseph buried alive last night by Paolo Banchero with a ridiculous dunk. We were just watching over and over and over again before the game started yesterday. 28, 25, and 21. Those were the point totals for Brandon Ingram, Zion Williamson, and CJ McCollum.
Give it to me again.
28, 25, and 21. 28 for Ingram, 25 for Zion, 21 for CJ, and they put up like 130.
They look good. We'll have to see how it plays out over the course of I need to see it.
No, I'm with you.
You know, like I want to I need to see it before I'm fully committed. And I know, like, didn't Herb Jones have some special thing he did? You got to see how they all fit together long term, and it can't just be one game. Trey Murphy off the bench, 16 points. That's nice.
I mean, there was some. I mean, I don't. Ja had himself a night too. Ja had a hell of a night last night. The Atlanta Hawks had 4 20-point scorers in the starting lineup.
Okay.
And they had their KZ Okpala and Clint Capella, who just had 2 points. But Collins had 24, Hunter had 22, Trey had 23, and DeJounte Murray had 20. They beat the Houston Rockets by 10.
Yeah, I want to see them against good teams. I want to see, again, like we talk about, how do things work? And, you know, like when you're going up against Jalen Green and Kevin Porter Jr., your backcourt should put up big numbers. In that game, I think the big surprise stat was Bruno Fernando had 7 points, 9 rebounds, and 7 assists, and stole the starting job there.
Yeah.
Like, where did that come from? Like, no one even knows who that guy is, and then boom. And also Jabari Smith Jr. He had a solid debut, 17 points, 7 rebounds. I'll take it. That's not a bad debut.
No, not at all.
Yeah,
not at all. Especially small level of freaking out about him during summer league, and
he did not look good.
He didn't.
No,
he very much didn't. But that's the thing. Like, I don't know how well he's going to look this season. Like, I don't think Houston's winning a lot of games. I know that's a hot take. I don't think Houston's winning a ton of games. So I think you're going to see a lot of nights of, 17, 18, 19, 20, hell, maybe even more in 10-point losses.
Yeah. How long is Bogey out for? Bogdan Bogdanovic?
I just assume eternity.
Yeah, I haven't looked at that.
I looked it up and it said Bogdan Bogdanovic out for eternity.
It's not day to day. We're all day to day.
Eternity. He's just out forever. I know people like Bogey. I'm happy for Bogey too. My brother cannot stay on the floor, man.
No, I mean, he came to the U.S. as an old
26, yeah.
Yeah, but he had played a lot of games.
He had the Ricky Rubio career, right? He was a 10-year vet by the time he got here.
Yeah, even in the year that he came to Sacramento, he had played something like 109 games before he got there. It was crazy how much he played. And then he had a couple of procedures while he was in Sacramento.
Real talk, do you think Atlanta feels good about that contract?
No.
Okay.
No. And they've tried to move off that contract.
Yeah, that doesn't surprise me. I don't know how you can, though. That's tough. I like Bogey. I think I like Bogey. Bogey's a hell of a ball player when you have him.
And now he's 30.
That's wild.
Well, yeah, that and they chose him over Herter. And I know that it would have been more difficult to get rid of Bogdanovic, but I had heard that they had decided before that they just liked the way that Herter is. The way that Bogdanovic is able to run a team. So they thought that they are a better team when he was on the floor with Trey, but that's not even a question now because they have DeJounte.
I never thought Bogey was going to get better. When Bogey got here and we saw him, it's it's a good ball player. But you just said this. He was an old 26-year-old.
Yeah.
That's who he is. I don't think I would hear people tell me he's going to NBA develop. No, he's not. That's him. It's a good ball player, but he's not going to get marketably better. That's what he's going to be, which again is good. But the issue now with Bogey is that he can't stay on the floor.
Yeah. 2 years ago, he was excellent. He averaged 16.4 points. He shot 43.8% from three, 47% overall. And then
2 years ago, that was here?
No, that was in Atlanta.
That was there. Okay.
Yeah, that's his first season in Atlanta, but he only played 44 games out of 72, but 44.
Okay.
That's not good enough.
And they were late. Those were late though, right? Because that's what I think that's he got hot during the playoffs. He played, I feel like he played really well in the playoffs.
Yeah.
That's when everybody was so happy for Bogey. You couldn't open Twitter with that. I love seeing Bogey on the big stage. Oh, just so happy to see him. Jesus.
He stayed relatively healthy in Sacramento. He played 78. He played 70, and then he played 61 in a 72-game season. That's solid. He didn't miss that many games. 4, 12 to 16, 16 and 11.
I just remember
27 games
starting that. Was it Jaeger's season? Last season hurt. And he started the season hurt. It was I think because I felt like there was some excitement headed into that year. And it was oh, Bogey's out to start. We don't know exactly what this is going to look like. And I don't remember how I think that was Dave Jaeger's last year.
He had a procedure at the end of right after the season. Right. He had a cleanup, and that's where we got the procedure thing.
Mm-hmm.
Then he tweaked his knee in the Euro Cup or the Euro Champions right before training camp.
Yeah.
And that slowed him down. And it was the same knee. And so, again, you never want to see a guy keep having issues with the same leg. That's usually a problem. So, yeah. And again, he had it again this year. I don't know if he had an abridgment. He had something. So he's out for a little while.
You're listening to D-Lo and Casey on KIFM West Sacramento 98.5 FM, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento, ESPN 1320. Driven by Lasher's Elk Grove Dodge. Always live on the free Odyssey app, live on Twitch, YouTube, and Twitter as well. Wherever you are, we appreciate you for being with us. KC out for the next couple of days. Happy to have James Ham, creator of the Kings Beat, in our ESPN 1320 Kings Insider with us here. The Sacramento Kings lose their season opener last night to the Portland Trailblazers. Big performance from De'Aaron Fox as well as Kevin Huerter. Keegan Murray hoping to make his debut coming up this Saturday against the Los Angeles Clippers. And James, I think that's one thing so many Kings fans are nervous about, me included. I didn't think particularly highly of the Portland Trailblazers. I'm not going to completely change my tune, though they did play in a way that I wasn't expecting. But I'm expecting a lot from Los Angeles, and the Clippers, and I'm expecting a lot. Obviously, we've already seen the Golden State Warriors play once this year. They looked incredible. And then, they'll have a couple of days off before this one, but I've seen Memphis play a couple of times in the last week, and they've looked as phenomenal as well. We mentioned Ja had himself a big night last night. So the schedule is tough. I know everybody had looked at the first 10, 11, 12, 13 games of the schedule, and we're, trying to project wins and losses and all of that, which is it's a difficult thing to do, but it's certainly a nerve-wracking weekend when you've got the Los Angeles Clippers on Saturday and the Golden State Warriors on Sunday.
Yeah, it's tough. I mean, even like their first, their first 9 games, they play the Lakers twice. They play the Heat twice. They play Memphis. They play the Clippers.
I'm more concerned about a couple of those and less concerned about the Lakers one.
Yeah. Oh, did I say the Lakers? I meant the Clippers.
Okay.
Yeah. No, my bad. They play the Clippers.
Like, all right, we got a couple in there. All right, I'll take it.
Yeah, I mean, the only one that you look at and you kind of go, okay, maybe is Charlotte and Orlando. Those are the only 2 games in the first 9 that you kind of are wondered and wonder if they're, and even Cleveland is the 10th game of the season. Cleveland's intriguing. Cleveland's
very
fun.
Very, yeah, that was a tough one against Toronto last night.
Yeah, they're crazy long still. So, yeah, I think the Kings, I mean, you got to hope that they figure things out quickly.
Yeah.
It's going to take a little time to gel. And I think at the end of the day, it wins and losses matter this year more than any other year. And you got to figure out a way to scratch some out. You can't look at the Clippers and say, oh, man, that's a loss, or the Warriors on Sunday. You got to go in there and fight and get some of these games. So
the number one thing that has to get better before Saturday is what?
The adjustment to playing against physicality, because that's going to be a huge deal.
Essentially get tougher?
No, because I don't think that that's what it was. Because I don't think that the Kings, like all through training camp, I thought the Kings were all through preseason, I thought they were the more physical team out of anybody. Like every single game, I thought they were the most physical. I think what we have to see is how the Kings play with the other team being physical, make the adjustment. So if someone is going to be physical, that means that they're overplaying. So make them pay for the overplay and make them, work, get them chasing you, because draw fouls, start figuring out ways to draw fouls. I think one of the problems, like, just keep bringing it up, like the Kings historically don't draw a lot of fouls. They did last year. Well, Harrison Barnes was a huge part of that. He drew a lot of fouls last year. De'Aaron Fox drew a ton of fouls, but a guy like Kevin Huerter historically does not draw fouls at all. 0.7 last year, like 0.9 the year before, 1 the year before that. Like, the Kings have to figure out ways to get to the free throw line. They also need to figure out ways to hit free throws, but that plays into the physicality. If someone's going to be overly physical with you, well, then get them in foul trouble. Like, get them out of the game. Like, make their second and third guys beat you, be physical with you. That's fine. But you can't just shy away from the contact, and you can't just shoot 44 3-pointers every game and not score at the rim. I think the disparity points in the paint was alarming. I mean, really it was. The Kings finished down 56-38 points in the paint. And why points in the paint matter is very specific. It's because they're high percentage shots.
Mm-hmm.
So where a 3 isn't exactly a hugely high percentage shot, if you shoot enough of them and you hit enough of them, that's fine. You're still talking about points per possession, but your other shots have to go down. And the Kings didn't do a great job of getting in the key and actually getting shots to fall.
Did Mike elaborate? I think Brenden pointed this out. Mike Brown said, I didn't recognize the team that was on the floor tonight. Did he elaborate on that at all? Like, do you recall what he said, like immediately following what he seemed to be, I don't know if frustrated is the right word, but what stood out to him the most?
Well, he drew the ire of all Kings fans when he said, I'm going to have to watch the film.
Oh, dear.
Yeah, so I'm
Oh,
sorry
dear.
for those people out there that have the instant reaction to that line. It's of course the Luke Walton line. Yeah, I think when it comes down to it, like you get used to a specific thing that your team is doing, like a feel, and like you're watching and playing, you know their strengths and weaknesses, even if it's short, short lived. You've only had them for a couple of weeks. You get used to like their identity and their personality, and when they go out on the court and their personality doesn't feel the same, when they're making mistakes that you aren't used to them making, when they're not making adjustments that they should be making, and then the first thing that happens is anytime NBA players get uncomfortable, they start dribbling the ball. It's like a Pavlov like reaction. Like, oh, I'm uncomfortable, start dribbling. And that's what the Kings aren't doing this season. Like they don't want a bunch of guys dribbling the air out of the ball. And we saw too much of that last night where guys all of a sudden started trying to create for themselves or create for others, but just over dribbling, sticky ball, it's got to move.
Yeah, I'm looking at the quote from Mike Brown last night. I watched us do stuff in this game that we haven't done all preseason, all of training camp. He talked about the fouls, talked about the free throws, talked about offensive rebounds, 16 turnovers for 18 points right there. The possession game goes out the window. He said we shot better than them from 3. We shot better than them from 2, but we didn't do the little things, and that hurt us. And then our defense was compromised quite a bit. I'm excited to go watch the film, as crazy as it sounds, because I did not recognize the team that was out there most of the night. I thought the guys tried to compete, but they didn't compete the right way, and we lost the game because of it.
Yeah.
That's a game 1 quote. Man.
Yeah. He was, straightforward.
Yeah.
Blunt.
Yeah.
Honest.
That's very honest right there.
He didn't call out his players by name, but he certainly was like, okay, look, that's not who we are. And I think that's from the walkthrough, what we did with him the other day. That's something that stood out. Like, we are going to be very specific. This is who we're going to be. And when I see us not being that, I'm going to call timeouts. I'm going to make changes. Like, we are not going to deviate from the plan. This is the plan. And I'm not going to let you, try something new, freelance, do something that isn't comfortable for what we do, because it's a system that if someone starts, 4 of these kids are doing the same thing and one of these kids is not, everything crumbles. That's what we talk about, like shutting down the center of the key. This team can't funnel to a big man. They don't have a big man to funnel to.
Mm-hmm.
They're funneling to the sidelines. They're pushing away. They don't want anything near the middle. Well, if one guy keeps letting his guy get in the middle and someone else has to adjust to stop that, and another guy has to adjust, now we start seeing the corner 3 go.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, while we want to blame Harrison Barnes for the corner 3, I'd have to go back and look at every single one of those instances where he gave up a corner 3 and see if it was him not being close enough to his man and not recovering fast enough, or if he was just trying to cover for somebody else, which is probably the case, that there were multiple breakdowns in other areas that he was trying to cover for.
We'll come back. We'll talk more about the Kings game last night with Matt George, host of the Locked On Kings podcast, next here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Oh, I got that Kenny hunger going right now.
Oh, man, got to go to the vending machine. Doritos and...
Do we have time for that?
Oh, you got plenty of time. Go ahead.
Oh.
You know where the vending machine's at, right?
I think so. All right, I'll be right back.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I need to stand up either way. Oh, old man.
Oh, this juice was like 90% cayenne pepper. Jesus. Yeah, a little bit. I thought it was just me, though. I don't complain about the temperature. I get labeled difficult. No. Oh, man. I got to mess around with this background a little bit more. I purposely dimmed it because I didn't want it to stand out too much. Okay, I'll see if I can. It's behind that purple layer, so I'll see if I can. Bring some life to that somehow. Veteran official Tony Brown passed away today. Who's Tony Brown? Oh, man, that's too bad. That's too bad. How y'all feeling, man? Y'all feeling good? Everybody good? It's just us tomorrow. We got a bunch of guests tomorrow. Oh, I got to reminds me. I got to text Chris Biederman. Got to Biederman, Trista. I don't think so. Nah, we'll wait for next week. I don't want Kenny to miss that. Yeah, I got to put that together. Yeah, Kenny sent me a couple of things. So, yeah, I'll need Crocky, Kyle, and Chris.
Did you meet Fox's new person?
No. Did I?
Kirsten?
Oh, no.
95.7 the game?
Oh, no. I didn't.
I think that's her name. Maybe I'm wrong.
Kenny did. Yeah, Kenny did.
Oh,
I
yeah,
was
Kenny
like, who was that person you were talking to? Said, yeah, it's with Fox and the game.
She worked up in Reno doing TV.
That's cool. Yeah, he said she seemed like good people. They got 3 people over there at Fox.
Got it back up to 3 now.
Good for them. Good for them. Oh. Sorry, man.
I've been here. It's all right. Don't worry about me.
Sorry, I was getting Biederman set up for tomorrow, man. My bad. How are you?
Nobody
good.
puts off the corner.
Oh, no. A lot of people do. Trust me. Oh, see? Now I'm on the side. Oh, now I'm on the bottom. Where am I going to go next? Guess I'm staying here.
Is
that the KC cam?
That's the same. Yeah, I think we're about out. I think that's all we really got.
I like it. Variety. You should change it intermittently. Have it changed
Right
randomly.
in the middle of you talking, just
Absolutely.
move something over.
Give people something to look at. So, James, according to the internet, you and I can only speak to each other through Damian Barling because we are feuding as competitors. So this will be the last time I address you. Thank you.
I like it.
I don't even know who you are. So,
hey, Damian, tell James Ham who I am.
This is Matt George.
Thank you, Damian. Do a little better job, Blow.
Oh, you want me to hype it up a little bit more?
The consolation prize.
This is the
rating.
The icon.
No.
The showstopper. The main event.
Or Maddie McQueen works.
Maddie McQueen. That's good stuff. That's good stuff.
So I've been clearing out the are you coming back?
Probably not.
Okay. I've been clearing out the office today, getting things packed up and ready to move. And I know you guys are in need of decorations. So I found our boys here, Doug and Mike.
Very nice.
And I have like half of the 2002 roster back here. Deja, I have Tyreek Tyreek Evans Rookie of the Year bobblehead if you want that. I have a Ricky Henderson bobblehead if you want that. You can just become my closet if you want.
We're not going to be your personal storage unit, Matthew.
Damn it. It's worth a shot. Although I did find, and these are actually pretty cool, 2002 Western Conference Finals and Semifinals tickets.
Oh, those are cool. Yeah.
My uncle
Chris,
was
Mike, that's good stuff.
Uncle was a season ticket holder at the time. So
are you moving?
All right. We are in the process of starting it. Yes. We're not going far. We're not leaving.
All right.
Just upgrading. Leveling up, as they say.
You chose an interesting time to.
The market chose it, not me.
It's good stuff. Once you buy your new house, Ham will come over and add 800 square feet to him.
I want my my basement for skunks to fight in, apparently.
That's right. Skunk fights.
That's amazing. All right, we're coming back, Matt. Matt George, host of the Locked On Kings podcast, and of course of ABC 10, trying to pawn all of his junk off on us to put.
That's not junk. You calling Doug Christie junk? Look at that.
That does not. I also take exception to that. That does not look like Doug Christie.
Look at that guy. Come on, spitting image.
It's a Doug Christie bobblehead, but I assure you that does not look like Doug Christie.
What about Mike?
That actually looks like Mike.
Mike's an easy one, I think.
Yeah.
Pagers looks pretty good too. Hey guys,
yeah, that bobblehead needs about 30 pounds to be Mike Gibby. That needs about 30 pounds and some triceps.
Actually, it might be like swole, like Bibby, like that. The actually with the head that size now.
Oh yeah, that might be a little bit more. Might be a little bit more accurate. Matt, I mentioned we had a conversation before the game. Talking about this Portland Trailblazers team, and Matt's shifting around in his seat. Really worried about Anthony Simons tonight. And, for 3 quarters, Matt's worries were unfounded. And then the fourth quarter started. And it was like, oh, there he is. Mm-hmm. There's that kid right there. Anthony Simons, good ball player. And the Kings couldn't do anything to stop him in that fourth.
Yeah, Simons is that, player archetype that it doesn't matter what name is on the front or back of the jersey. If that type of player is playing against the Sacramento Kings historically, they're going for a good night. And it's just that type of player. The Kings killers over the years, Anthony Simons just fits that mold. Plus, I'm a fan of Simons. I think he's probably going to have a pretty breakout year with the Blazers. That might be putting up a lot of points on a bad team, but since he's kind of assumed the CJ McCollum role, I expect him to get a lot of touches and a lot of opportunity, especially with the amount of attention that Dame draws. But yeah, I was the one thing I was concerned about was, okay, if this game gets close heading into the fourth quarter, beware of Dame time, because that's when Dame could say, okay, I've had a bad game, but here's 5 minutes of me being what I'm good at, and I'll win the game for you. You didn't have to. Jeremy Grant and Anthony Simons said, all right, take a seat, old man. We got you.
Yeah.
I thought it was interesting. Simons really flourished the second they took Dame off the floor. I think that's kind of what we saw through preseason, that he's quiet. They pull Dame off the floor, and all of a sudden he starts to be the primary guy. And that's when he starts to really step up. And I think it's going to take a little while for him to get comfortable playing alongside Dame. He's not CJ. CJ was a willing participant in the, sort of the pairing with Dame. And I think it's going to take him a little longer, just because he's always been kind of like the little brother, but now he's ready to step up and step into a role. Can he be like what Jordan Poole was while they were waiting for Clay to get healthy? Maybe, as far as what the Warriors were waiting for. But I'm intrigued to see where he goes as a player and how he fits long-term there.
I knew the Portland Trailblazers were going to be better. We all knew, compared to the preseason game, that Portland was going to look better, and it wasn't surprising that they looked better. They still looked disjointed. They were very beatable, and I think that was one of my ultimate takeaways from this game is, I wanted to just record a positive podcast, because even if Mike Brown says they only played 15 minutes the correct way, during those 15 minutes, I thought they did a lot of things really, really well. That second quarter was super enjoyable. Plus, your starting backcourt in their first game together combining for 56 points. I was prepared to have a really positive podcast, that there still were positives absolutely to take from this game. And I asked Mike about that after the game. Can you take those positives and at least enjoy those positives, or is all the wind sucked out of those sails because of the loss at the end of things? So I am optimistic, though, surprise, surprise, that with 2 days of Brown looking at the tape and 2 days of Brown and his accountability and the practices and things of that nature, plus, of course, the return of Keegan Murray, that I think, even though the Clippers are a much better team, in my opinion, than Portland is. I think the Sacramento Kings are going to look a lot more true to their Mike Brown form on Saturday than they did in this game last night.
Matt, I'll ask you the question I asked James a few minutes ago. What's the most important thing the Kings need to do Saturday? Need to do better on Saturday when they play the Clippers?
I think it's, and this is pretty broad, but it's get back to being recognizable to Mike Brown. Get back to doing the things that they did in preseason, those habits that they started to build, and breaking down the bad habits, or if nothing else, replacing the bad habits with the good habits. It's being recognizable. Because I think Mike Brown, he said before the game, and James, you might be able to speak on this better than I could if I'm misremembering, but he said something along the lines of, if we play basketball the right way and the result is a loss, I'll take that. Like, if the Kings are able to play the same way they played during the preseason, look significantly better, the offense looks better, their defense, they're not giving up 3 30-point quarters, and they lose to the Los Angeles Clippers because Kawhi Leonard and Paul George are themselves, and that Clippers team has deep playoff expectations, I think that's a little easier of a pill to swallow than playing bad and still barely losing to a Portland Trailblazers team that, quite frankly, I think the Kings still are better than. And we believe, standings-wise, the two teams will be neck and neck or fighting for position when all things are said and done at the end.
The only thing I heard from Mike Brown's pregame is that I can't hit a layup. So
that's true.
I mean, that happens. I mean, it does. What are you going to do?
You're a shooter.
Yeah, no, I think we're going to have like this sort of this intriguing thing where Mike Brown has expectations, and he's going to have to see if his team can live up to those expectations. Is Mike Brown and his system going to win, or is like the Sacramento Kings and who they are and who they've been, is that who's going to win? And in game one, I mean, clearly Mike was very disappointed in what his team was went out and did. Again, he just couldn't believe that that's how they played, how they came out and played. But like, he's got to figure out a way to make his team follow his rules and that to be their identity. And I think it's going to take time. It's going to take time to do.
I caught myself mumbling under my breath during his press conference when he started talking about how that team was so unrecognizable to what they've been. And it was like, I said under my breath, like, welcome to Sacramento. Like, there's been so many different players, different coaches, but the same types of weird losses, the same issues, the same bad habits that this organization, not just the team, but the organization has struggled to break for so long that it doesn't surprise me that when the lights were brightest and when the games finally do matter, the Kings reverted back to what they've been known for 16 years. And I hope I get the opportunity to talk to Mike Brown about that a little bit, because his introductory press conference, he talked about every organization having a soul. And I know he wants to come in and change that soul or reinvent that soul, change that culture of Sacramento. But the soul of the Kings is a lot of what we saw last night, which is a lot of potential, a lot of capability, self-induced mistakes, and just similar kind of fall off a cliff or revert back to old bad habits when things matter most. Like, it's, I understand it's frustrating for Mike Brown, but it's nothing new for a lot of us.
Yeah, we saw that I think that was one of the difficult parts about last night's game, is it was spurts of both, right? It was like, oh, this is what Mike was talking about. This is what we've all been talking about. This is what we've waited to see. And then it was like, oh no, there they are. They're the Kings right there. They're down 10 now to the Portland Trailblazers. And then they shoot themselves back into it with the 16-1 run. And, Matt, it's going to look different, or we think it's going to look different on Saturday, because we believe Keegan Murray, who was a full participant in practice today, will make his season debut for the Sacramento Kings. How much changes with the debut of your guy, Keegan Murray, this weekend?
Well, 1-1 is locked now. Like, and the Kings would be 2-0 had Keegan Murray played in both these games.
Obviously.
I joked about this on the pod last night. Like, I'm not saying that the Kings would have won had their rookie played his first ever game, but I'm also not saying that they wouldn't have won. Like, I genuinely think Keegan Murray, had Keegan Murray played last night, the Sacramento Kings would have won. I think there were drop-offs offensively at times. Look, I mean, the Kings shot the ball the amount that they did, but they went through cold spurts. Really, I thought in the first quarter they were forcing threes. I thought pretty much for the remainder of the game at that point, they were taking good threes, better threes. The first quarter, though, I don't have my notes in front of me, but I think like 7 of their first 9 shots were from 3-point range. It's just like, okay, this is all they do now. And if that's the case, like, I just think there would have been times where there were lulls in the offense with that second unit where I think Keegan Murray would have been a better option taking a corner or wing 3 than a Trey Lyles or than a even Davion Mitchell at times.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I genuinely think that with how close this game was and how back and forth this game was, I think Keegan Murray and his composure and his shot making ability that he's shown up to the point of real legitimate NBA games would have played a big factor. So I'm pretty confident that had Keegan Murray played last night, the result would have been different. That being said, if the Sacramento Kings are relying on a rookie who has never played an NBA game before to be the difference maker between a win and a loss against a team in the 10, 9, 8 seed range of the Western Conference, then they're in trouble when they take on a team like the LA Clippers, who's probably in the, at best, 1, 2, 3, 4 range of the Western Conference. So I think Keegan is going to be a major difference maker on Saturday. Is he going to be the difference between a win and a loss? I hope so, for the sake of my pride that I have in the guy. But I also think, like, I really do think we're going to see pretty early on, even if it's as a bench player, because I don't think, even though KZ Okpala didn't score a single point last night, I thought with the exception of picking up 3 fouls in the first quarter, at the time that he got his 3rd foul and checked out of the game, Damian Lillard had 4 points. So he was doing his job. So if Keegan is that bench guy to start the season, I think he's going to be so valuable off of that bench that it's going to be a significant difference maker for the Kings.
Yeah, Matt, what does it say about the Kings if they can't win without Keegan Murray? I mean, it's one game.
No,
but,
I know what you mean.
Yeah, but at the same time, I think that, like, Trey Lyles is a perfectly capable player.
Yeah.
I think he had a bad shooting night. Actually, like, the first half, it was an atrocious shooting night. Like, he didn't just miss. Like, him and Monk airballed.
He missed everything.
Man, Monk from the corner shot, like, I don't know, what is that, a 23-foot? It was at least 20, 25 feet. Like, I mean, that thing would have been good from 70. Like, he like shot the hell out of it, like, way too far. But, like, if you can't win, if you're missing one piece, whether it's Keegan Murray or it's De'Aaron Fox or it's Domantas Sabonis, like, when does the next man up mentality come? Because, like, it shouldn't already be an issue that a rookie can't play. So the 2 guys who are veterans who are playing instead of him don't get the job done. So I'm kind of concerned if that's the case.
Oh, I am too. I agree completely. The fact that you couldn't close out a winnable game against an opponent that's probably on the same tier as you without your rookie who's never played an actual minute of NBA basketball. Also, going back to the Trey Lyles and Malik Monk's rough shooting nights, they can just blame it on the hangar doors being open and the Delta breeze coming through and say it was that and move on with themselves. But, like, you're right. If Keegan Murray is so, I mean, as a 4th overall pick, I hope Keegan Murray can come in and show star potential. That being said, if the Kings are leaning on Keegan Murray to be a star for them to have a chance to accomplish their goals of making the playoffs, then this team is probably in trouble. And that's not a disrespectful jab at Keegan. That's the fact that the Kings are putting their eggs maybe into the wrong basket. But on a night like last night, where De'Aaron had an excellent game, with the exception of the 8 turnovers, like, I was really pleased with what I saw from De'Aaron. I'm sure we'll go into that. And Kevin Huerter had a great night, but Domantas Sabonis struggled. Like, could Keegan Murray have made up in a lot of ways for the drop-off that you had from Domantas? And there are going to be nights where that drop-off comes from Huerter. There's going to be nights where that drop-off comes from Fox. And I don't expect Keegan Murray to be the makeup guy for those drop-offs every single night. But I think counting Keegan in or penciling Keegan in as a consistent 40% 3-point threat who can average, I think, 16-plus points per game, I think that's a big thing to miss on any given night. And I thought that absence was significant for the Kings. Not the difference between a win and a loss necessarily, or I don't think the Kings should be looking at it as the difference between a win and a loss, but Had the Kings been at that full strength last night, I think they would have been much better suited to handle some of their lulls and struggles. Maybe not defensively, but some of their lulls and struggles that they dealt with. I think they would have been better suited to handle those with the 4th overall pick and a very promising rookie available to them.
I definitely want to get to De'Aaron's game last night as Matt George is with us here on ESPN 1320. But you mentioned Davion Mitchell a minute ago, and that caused me. I kind of looked at the box score here, and I'm going to throw this question at both of you guys. Matt, should Mike Brown reel in the green light on the 3-point shot? I mean, you have Davion 0 of 5. Trey Lyles was, he was 2 of 8 from the field. He was 2 of 7 from 3. He was essentially shooting exclusively 3-pointers. Does that need to, and I know the goal, I don't remember what you guys said, 40 plus threes, 43s. We got to reel that in a little bit.
I don't think so, because I still don't think, even if the Kings got the number that Mike and Jay and Jordy are looking for, they didn't get the quality. And I think that's the difference. Is Mike wants 40 plus 3-pointers mainly created off of paint touches. And that wasn't what we got for the majority, at least in that first quarter. Like, the Kings were just settling for threes in the first quarter because they didn't know really what to do with that. Plus, correct me if I'm wrong, but Portland settled into a 2-3 zone at times that opens up the outside game. And that was the same strategy that the Portland Trailblazers had against the Kings in the preseason game. The difference was the Kings were unconscious from 3-point range in that game, and that created a lot of separation that completely changed the game at that point that Portland couldn't recover. So Portland clearly had a game plan, which is, okay, this Kings team that added a lot of new shooters this offseason, if they want to try and live and die by the 3-pointer, let's let them. And last night, I think that gamble worked because the Trailblazers didn't allow Harrison Barnes, who a lot of times last season, if the Kings were struggling to get inside, they'd give the ball to Harrison in the post. Or they, with Domantas Sabonis and the threat that he is, I thought the Portland Trailblazers did a really good job when they had to switch on Sabonis handling that. I thought Wiseman did a really good job. Not Wiseman, excuse me. Winslow did a really good job guarding Domantas Sabonis at times when Yusuf Nurkic was out of the game, and Nurkic is really the only center, like main center, that the Trailblazers have on that roster. So I think Portland's game plan was, okay, give them a lot of threes, let them have that green light. Don't let them get rhythm 3-pointers in transition, which is where Kevin Huerter really got going, or through paint touch kickouts of Fox and Sabonis having their way on the inside. So I don't think the green light should be taken away or pulled back a little bit. I think getting the quality of shot they want needs to be revisited.
Yeah, I mean, look, I think that they got some of the paint touch stuff that they were looking for. I thought the player movement got stagnant when the other team got way too physical, way more physical, I guess. That's going to be a problem. Matt, I guess if you watched, like, Sabonis was able to set up quite a few of these like sort of paint touch things that they're going for, right? But when they went to Rashawn Holmes, again, if we look at the guys who really struggled from 3, it's mainly when Sabonis is out of the game. I mean, Trey Lyles played a little bit with Sabonis. Monk played a little bit with Sabonis. Same with Davion, but those are the core guys. Like, how are they going to run this offense when Sabonis is off the court, and how can they continue to push, how can they continue to, have success when you're using different pieces and guys that maybe aren't as comfortable as Sabonis is setting up other players?
That's what makes Sabonis so valuable and so tough to replace. And I mean, I'll be honest with you. I was disappointed with Rashawn Holmes last night. I mean, we're talking about someone who we are thinking has the potential to be the best backup big in the NBA. And that wasn't just a Sacramento labeled title or projection. That was something that I read in a Bleacher Report article. I read that also in an Athletic article when talking about this Kings team. And to have 2 points and not be a factor on the glass, to not be a factor as a rim protector, which Rashawn has never really been known for, but the Kings kind of need that out of an athletic pogo stick vertical big Like they need something like that from Rashawn, and definitely could have used that at times. So I thought Rashawn was a significant non-factor in last night's game on both ends of the floor, which can't happen when he's playing. And I think he played close to like 18 minutes a night or around 18 minutes a night. So that is going to be definitely an issue, James, for Mike to try and figure out is how can, and to be fair, we saw through a lot of preseason, we saw the Kings able to handle that for the majority of a game, kind of play the same way. The difference was that when they got into the late parts of that game, they were taking on second and third stringer guys, not the starters for 35 plus minutes a night. So that's going to be definitely a conundrum. I wonder if Mike might try and go back to staggering the Fox and Domantas Sabonis minutes a little bit more, because it seemed like they both were either off the floor or on the floor together, which for the most part I'm okay with. But that's another area where I feel like in some ways, and this is putting a lot on Keegan Murray. I'm not saying Keegan Murray has the Domantas Sabonis skill set, but I think Keegan having him in the game with a Rashawn Holmes helps out significantly, which the Kings lacked at that 4 spot. Not that Trey Lyles isn't capable of spacing the floor and hitting outside shots, but Keegan Murray, in my opinion, is already a far better weapon, a far more capable player than Trey Lyles is. Even if Trey has the experience, Keegan has the skill set that I think the Kings can lean on and rely on for those 3 to 5 minute stretches when Sabonis and Fox need to take a breath.
So who's losing minutes then?
It sure as hell isn't Terrence Davis, Damian.
Damn right it's not Terrence Davis.
And I tweeted that last night. I underestimated. And now knee-jerk reaction because Davis has historically been a streaky player, and he was on a hot streak when he got hurt last season, and he's come back continuing on that same hot streak. But Terrence Davis was very good. Very good. Now, Terrence took ownership for his tip dunk technical foul after the game, and he said he believes that is where the momentum of the game changed. And I actually disagree with that, because even if half of me is like, okay, let Terrence celebrate a big dunk, a monster moment in a monster game. But the other half of me is like, if you're standing over one of the best players in the game in Damian Lillard, or at least a recognizable superstar, and you do that, it's going to get called every single time. Had it been Simons or someone else underneath him, would it have been the call? I don't know. And I know that bothers some Kings fans. Why do stars get that treatment? That's just the reality of the NBA. So I do understand how Terrence could be frustrated with himself and fans could be frustrated with the call, but in reality, that's one point. I don't think that's where the momentum changed. And I'm going totally away from your question here, D'Lo. I'll come back.
No, that's okay. That's fine. I'm all about talking about Terrence Davis.
But when on the other end of the floor, Damian Lillard, was trying to attack the basket, and I can't remember who was defending him, stayed in front of him, did not let him pass. And Damian Lillard fell and lost possession of the ball. Mm-hmm. The ball happens to hit a foot of a Kings defender. This is, I made a point on the pod we can't blame Kings official, or rather we can't blame the NBA officials for the Kings loss last night. As much as I want to, as much as a lot of Kings fans wanted to and said you absolutely could, Matt, you moron, last night on social media. I understand the venom and the frustration, especially when the refs really didn't allow the Kings or any team really to build any kind of rhythm other than the second and partially third quarters. But that kick ball call really pisses me off, because you are rewarding the player who fell and was in a compromised position and lost possession of the ball because the ball happened to hit the defender's foot. You are allowing the team that was scrambling to retain possession, reset in a moment where the Kings defense did their job. And what did that result in? I think it was a Jeremy Grant 3-point play. At that point, that's when the momentum changed, and the Kings never recovered from that. They went down on the other end of the floor, missed a shot. Possession came back, another 3-point play for Portland, and that was pretty much the game. So that's the part that frustrated me, not necessarily Terrence Davis's tip dunk technical foul. But I think Terrence Davis, if that what we saw last night is consistent, and I think that's very repeatable. I don't think Terrence Davis was supernova by any means. He was just really efficient. If that is what Terrence Davis can be on a nightly basis, you're damn right he's in the rotation consistently. And maybe if Malik Monk continues to struggle, maybe minutes are plucked from Malik. Maybe minutes are plucked from Davion, although even though Davion finished with 2 points, I had more positives than negatives from Davion in this game, to be honest with you. Trey Lyles, I think, falls out of the rotation, especially with Keegan Murray back. And maybe Rashawn Holmes doesn't play as many minutes. Harrison Barnes' minutes might be cut. I think Mike Brown has a lot to work with.
Yeah, it's interesting times. Yeah, I mean, like when it came to the officials, like in all my years of covering the team, very seldom do I ever call out the officials. There are times where someone does something like ridiculously bad, and we're talking about NBA officials right now. I just want to give a shout out to Tony Brown, who passed away, a veteran official who had a horrible bout with cancer. We're finding that out as we're on the show here, that Tony Brown just passed away. But like I never really, as a reporter, like focus on the officials, because like, look, you gotta, the ball either goes in the hole or it doesn't. You either fouled the guy or you didn't. Very seldom does a game change specifically because of one play and one bad call by an official. Do I think there are nights where the officials are off or a player gets tossed that I don't agree with? Sure. But like I know that's always sort of, especially in Sacramento, it's always sort of the default because of Game 6 of the 2002 Western Conference Finals. So yeah, I'm with you there, Matt. Like when you put that out there, it is a bummer though. Like I watched the replay and Sabonis, like it looked like he led the ball. He gave it a little touch with his foot and let it out in front of him. So was it a kick? It was.
But that's the correct call, right? Like
it's
that's
the correct
what the
call.
officials. Maybe it's a bad rule, but that is the right call.
Yeah, it was the right call. I mean, it hit his foot. Like, and if you're going to be able to get the ball because it hit your foot, where that ball could have gone to someone else if it didn't hit his foot, I don't think it was like an intentional like kick it down the court. But it looked, even like from when I saw the replay, it looked like he stuck his foot out to stop it from rolling to the side, and just kept it in front of him. Yeah, and so maybe I'm wrong there, but at the same time, like really, I think that these things happen, and it's a game action, and it happens on the court, and I'm not going to fault an official in that situation.
I think this might be getting too much into the weeds of like circumstantial rule changes and things like that too. But then maybe in circumstances like that, the league considers a jump ball scenario or an equal opportunity for either team to retain possession. The issue that I had was that Portland is outright given possession and given a reset when they essentially turn the ball over or were in the process of turning the ball over. I look at it the same way as a clear path foul. Like in that situation, the Blazers were bailed out. It's one thing to be bailed out by a foul. And initially, I think the crowd thought that there was a foul called, because when Damian went to the ground, he turned up and went like this, and everybody heard the whistle and thought, okay, here we go again. And even if fans would have been mad at that, okay, if you're going to call a bailout foul, that happens for both teams every single time, give them possession back, whatever. I can live with a legitimate foul call. But on a circumstantial call like that, where it's a loose ball, there's incidental contact or maybe intentional contact, and you outright reward, or it's like tie goes to the runner rule set mentality of, okay, well, the offense just retains possession, because I think in that case, it's not the reason why the Kings lost the game by any means, but it's one of those moments late in a game that's costly, that can turn the tides of a game or can change the outcome of a game. Because had that foul not been called or that kickball not been called, do the Kings get out in transition, get a dunk, get the crowd involved, take a 3-point lead at that point or something like that? Like there's a lot of branches where the game could have gone from that point. Again, I do not blame the officials for the Kings losing this game. They had a lot, like 16 turnovers resulting in 18 points, sending Portland to the foul line 33 times. Like there are a lot of other reasons why the Kings lost this game, but that was a specific circumstance where momentum, or the Portland was given a lifeline and they knew what to do with it.
33, 7, and 7 were the numbers for De'Aaron Fox last night. But really, what really stood out to me was how active and aggressive he was on the defensive end. What about you, Matt?
Yeah, I like the 8 turnovers keep me from gushing about De'Aaron as much as I want to, because sure. We've all talked about how important it is for De'Aaron to get off to a good start. And De'Aaron has talked about how important it is to get off to a good start. And I even talked during preseason, during the Phoenix Suns game, how in games where the Kings offense isn't as good as it should be and the Kings are struggling offensively. That's when they need their star. That's when they need De'Aaron to say, okay, get on my back. I'll get us going a little bit. Then we'll build momentum as a team. De'Aaron checked all those boxes last night, man. And he did so by hitting threes. Now, the only problem is a lot of the threes that De'Aaron was hitting were like step back, self-created threes, not threes in the flow of the offense, which might be more to Mike Brown's point. Regardless, De'Aaron was hitting those shots. And if De'Aaron's hitting threes, he's unguardable. But the thing was, even with De'Aaron hitting those shots, Portland was just like, all right, we're still not giving you the paint, so keep shooting. And De'Aaron made him pay for it on this particular night. I'm anxious to see how he follows up at the Portland Trailblazers game, because after Fox had like a 3-for-3 3-point performance against Portland, I think he had an 0-for-3 or 0-for-4 3-point performance the very next game. So we know sometimes it's feast or famine for Fox from 3-point range, but it wasn't just his 3-point shooting. You mentioned his effort on the defensive end of the floor. I thought he looked dialed in. I thought he communicated. You knew De'Aaron Fox was on the floor every single time. I also need to point out the fact that Fox didn't score a field goal in the final 4 minutes and 50-something seconds of the game. Like, that's unfortunate. He only had 6 points and 3 turnovers in the fourth quarter. So when it came to winning time, De'Aaron didn't do enough. But damn it, neither did the rest of the team. And your star got you through some of the lulls of this game when nobody not named De'Aaron Fox was able to have any kind of success. So at that point, pick your boy up, like help him out a little bit too, because the defensive pressure was also picking up against De'Aaron Fox late in games, hence the reason why he was turning the ball over a little bit too. So there are reasons to still be critical about De'Aaron. You'll always find reasons to be critical after a loss. But I truthfully only want to celebrate the fact that De'Aaron Fox looked like an all-star last night and was there for his team when they needed him and did enough, damn it, for the Kings to win that game.
I loved his intensity in the first half, his aggression. That's one thing I really like, James.
Yeah. No, I mean, I thought Fox was great. Like the turnovers I thought was an issue, especially it happened so early too. He had 3 turnovers in the first quarter and you're like, oh, come on, man. Like, he had 10 points and 3 turnovers. Like, you got to pick it up. Just the attention to detail. He seemed a little lost in the situation. I've rewatched the Sabonis play, just so you know, because it was on the last 2-minute report, and it is an intentional kick. That's I mean, I still get the play, but yeah, it's part of the 2-minute report, which that's the only error. Well, actually, it's not an error. They called one error. They said that Fox took too long to shoot a free throw, took more than 5 seconds. Like, what?
Oh, we're doing that now? Are you kidding me?
What the world? Like, that's one of those weird, like, we're trying to balance out.
Like,
stuff.
okay, bro. Like, all right, calm down.
Yeah. So,
calm down.
I think that this is a game that Fox can build off of.
I only reference the 2-minute report when it works in my argument's favor, James. So that's now void and information.
That's
that
how
I didn't
you're
need.
supposed to use information in 2022.
It is.
You only use the information that works for your argument, and you pretend that the rest of the information doesn't exist.
Fun fact: that's how you use the Bible too.
I don't.
Matt,
wow. Heyo.
Private school, Matt.
Shots fired.
Matt's got some things to get off his chest. He's no longer allowed on his college campus anymore.
No.
William Jessup has revoked his passes.
No.
Oh, that's all right, buddy. You know what? This seems like a good time to end the show.
Oh, come on, let's keep going. What else you got?
Where can we take this?
Wherever Matt's going next will be exclusive to the stream.
I'm going to put Keegan Murray's name into the Bible somewhere, and it will be canon.
It'll be there. Matt George, host of the Locked On Kings podcast. Matt, we appreciate you. James, thanks for hanging out today. Sorry I caused you to miss your first practice, probably in the history of Kings basketball.
Just this year.
We'll see you tomorrow on Sacramento Sports Leader ESPN 1320. Missed it by 5 seconds. Sorry, man.
Yeah, I was wrong. It's the 5 second was for a 5 second violation on the throw-in. They said Fox took too much time on the throw-in.
Huh.
With 22.2 seconds remaining. Something like that. My bad.
Whatever. Leave us alone. You won. Leave us alone.
And they showed like the worst camera angle ever on this Sabonis thing. But it really does look like he stuck a foot out to stop it from rolling out to the dude on the outside.
Stupid call.
Stupid. Oh, yeah. Actually, I have it right. Oh, yeah. He fully gave it a little pop up with his right foot up to his hand.
He European
he
soccer.
forgot he was on a basketball floor and that's illegal, and he was trying to schoolyard it up.
European players should be allowed to do that, even though Sabonis is. I mean,
so Lillard tried to fire it out to his teammate that was out on the wing, and Sabonis stuck a foot out, popped it up to his own hand. So yeah, with his instep, that's interesting.
Nope, I saw a bounce pass with a lot of spin, and Sabonis was just doing his job. That's what I saw. You can't change my mind.
Well, I just screenshot that. I screenshot it, people. I've got it. You can see his foot like pop. That's interesting. When I saw the replay, they showed, I just caught the tail end of the replay and I saw his foot, and it was an unnatural soccer kick, the way his foot was positioned. So when I'm going back through and scrubbing back and forth, I'm like, oh, there it is. But there is a different angle of this, which I don't know why they didn't want to show that, but yeah, interesting. Good stuff.
Matt, we'll let you go. We got to shut the stream down, and James got a happy hour to host. So
I do.
Sounds good. Have fun,
buddy. I'll see you. Where are you going to be this weekend?
I'll be at the Clipper game Saturday.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll be at the Clipper game Saturday, and then unfortunately I'm missing the James Ham road trip down to the Warriors game on Sunday. But
I'm kind of surprised you're missing the Republic.
Yeah, we're trying to figure that out. So as of right now, the plan is the
everybody
Clipper game.
is.
We're trying to figure that out. We don't have the benefits of our friends at Fox 40 who just got their third player third, with which Kirsten, excuse me, by the way, is wonderful. Met her last night and she's great, and I'm very excited to see what she can do here because she's awesome. But damn it, Kevin and I are 2 of 2.
And is Kevin going to Sac State?
Yes, there's no way we're missing the Sac State game. Like that game's
no doubt.
That's huge. Like in terms of football in Sacramento.
Yeah,
it was crazy.
Keep dominating.
Yeah, it's pretty awesome. I'm gonna try to pull. I'm gonna stop by, see everyone at the Kings game, and I'm gonna try to shoot over to Sac State for a little bit.
Also, thank you to all the members of the Chatty House who said hi. Lizzie, I see you. Thank you to the other members of the Chatty House who came up and asked me where KC was. Really appreciate it.
Welcome to my life, buddy.
Hey, man, where's KC? I don't know.
At least you got a hey. I just get a tap on the shoulder. Where's KC? Fucking, I don't know. Where he's at.
I don't know.
See you guys.
All right, buddy. Thanks, Matt.
Later.
And thank you guys, man. Thanks for hanging out today. Guys, let's try to be better tomorrow, okay? All of you. Mrs. Mac 10, I saw you participating in that stuff earlier. Let's be better tomorrow. Let's give our guy, let's give Stockton Bryan let's give Stockton Bryan a hug. He is having a rough day between the church and Christians and DeMarcus Cousins. He's having a rough go. So somebody give him a hug, and we'll see you guys back here tomorrow, man. Thanks for hanging out with us.
How about a hug?